Hey, you guys. Happy Sunday. Yesterday, we looked at direct examination of Detective or former Detective Gaither. Today, we're going to look at cross-examination. So that's going to be, I think a lot of people will find that to be more interesting. We did skip about 2 days worth of her direct testimony, which would have been day 66 and day 67. They were largely focused on a shooting involving DK or Walter Murphy that, it didn't involve any of these 6 co-defendants. So we're skipping through that, but I'll link them in the chat if you guys want to, fill in the gaps. But we're really jumping to the substantial stuff. So we're going to get started here. When I opened this stream to go live here, I realized this law and crime stream doesn't have closed captions. So I'm going to try to find an 11 Alive feed, but I noticed that Sylvia's stream from this day was only about 3 hours long, even though it was an 8-hour stream. So I'll try to find 11 Alive so we can get some captions, closed captions going. But if not, we might be stuck without them. So I gotta make it work. And then tomorrow we will be starting court on time for the jury's return, the ending of direct examination of Woody or Kenneth Copeland, and hopefully the start of cross-examination for Kenneth Copeland. So there's our housekeeping. Hey to everybody that's here. Look at all you guys. So good to see you guys. And I will, as soon as we start playing, I will look for some closed caption options, but sorry in advance if we can't find any. So let's go, make this big.
All right, we are back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. All right, let me take roll for the morning. All right, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Shardt. Good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard. Good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein. Good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Sr. Good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garner. Good morning. All right, Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. Good morning. All right. Messrs. Brown and Smith, Mr. Uhowski, Mr. Atkins, and Ms. Love. All right. Sergeant Ingram, all our jurors here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, anything I need to take up before we go ahead and call our jurors for the morning and recall retired Detective Gaither?
Not from the state.
Okay. All right, sir. Mr. Shardt.
Just before my cross begins, I just wanted to confirm that the state doesn't have any of those police reports that I inquired about.
If memory serves me correctly, one of the state's council sent you
I'm sorry.
sent you a location of 2 of the police reports, but one of them haven't been able to find.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I wasn't clear. That is correct, and they were helpful in that regard. I'm referring to the investigative reports that I inquired about last week.
Okay.
These dang reports.
Your Honor, I'm not certain, and didn't ask for Mr. Shart's plan of attack here, but as it relates to him asking about, as he did at the bench, a particular interview of a particular person, I would ask that he be precluded from inquiring into the recordings of those and trying to get into getting the state to become a witness as to whether or not they were ever given it, because we have multiple documents bearing Sergeant Gaither's initials and the date that she copied it, along with the interviews that we have that were of her and another officer. So to the extent that our discovery in this case has been chock full of things that she did, if the implication is to be made that she didn't have money lost or something like that, we would ask that in not furthering any aspect of the truth, if there's something specific that Mr. Shardt wants to talk about, of course, we'll level an objection when it's mirrored again, but we would ask that he not be allowed to simply root at where is your report to a person who has not been at the Atlanta Police Department for 4 years or more, and to not be allowed under 403 to not be allowed to mislead the jury about material matters in this case. If he has a specific one, that's different. If he has a specific objection, that's different.
Your Honor, that was fairly non-responsive. I asked specifically about investigator testified last week that she wrote reports. I just noted that we hadn't had reports on Wednesday before we left.
Did you say investigator, like combine the words?
Reports again, with the understanding that they may not be provided to me. And all I'm asking is, And I guess the answer is no, the state doesn't have any additional reports. And
Okay,
that's fine.
let's be clear about what they don't have, okay? And I'm gonna include your email from Sunday, the 28th at 12:51 PM.
Right, that's a different issue, Your Honor.
They have the written reports under the two APD case numbers. The memo on APA letterhead authored by Detective Dennis, including not limited to the surveillance video from the vault studio, those I don't think have been provided.
Right, and Your Honor, that's a separate matter. I was just thinking ahead to Investigator Dennis. We're not even there yet.
Okay,
I'm going back. On Wednesday, I inquired about reports that Investigator stated she had written. And the state and Investigator Gaither stated they didn't have the reports on Wednesday. And that's fine. I accept that. All I'm asking is, has there been any change since Wednesday? And I think Ms. Love, by not answering it, answered it. No, there's no change since Wednesday. We still don't have the reports. And that's fine. That's all I wanted to know.
okay.
And Your Honor, so that
Okay, and an update on closed caption. So 11 Alive started the stream like an hour and a half late. As soon as we get caught up to that point, they do have closed captions available, so then we'll be able to switch over.
to be clear, if Mr. Shardt could please elucidate exactly which reports that he is referring to so that we don't get here and have a slugfest unnecessarily and waste more time. The court would just inquire which specific reports he is inquiring about so that we can, if there's a better answer to be provided, but just which specific reports, because we have documents in here and reports from Sergeant Gaither. Just, I need to know the specific reports. Please.
The gratuitous zoom on Glanville. It's like they argue every day about these reports. The missing Yeti reports.
All right, Mr. Shardt, which reports are you talking about in terms of?
Your Honor, last week, Investigator Gaither stated that she interviewed certain witnesses to the Dexter Montgomery situation, the other individuals in the car. And I asked if there were any reports written. I asked her not on stand because I haven't crossed her yet. I inquired about reports. She said, of course I wrote reports. So then I said to the state, she's saying she wrote reports. And then we went through the big, we had a discussion about this. And they said, well, it should be in the case file. The state said they've done everything they can to get the reports, but they don't have them. I've accepted, I'm not trying to open. All I'm saying,
Asking whether or not there's a change in circumstances?
right, I'm just asking over the 4 days, has there been any change? That's all I'm asking.
All right, any change, Ms. Love?
Not from the ones that we provided already. So if there's an implication that her report is gone, damaged, missing, we would just point to the report we have already with her name, signature.
This is some interesting descriptors.
Some of them contain
Gone,
marks, some of them
damaged,
contain,
missing.
Narratives from her. So the report itself in one big file is not a part of discovery, but her reports are interspersed throughout. So to the extent that there is a suggestion that will be made in front of the jury that something has happened, if she has an explanation, I don't care about
Well,
that.
I mean,
I'm asking him to not whole hog say something like, you didn't do a report, did you give it to the state? We don't have it, why don't we have it? I just didn't want that type of information to properly be thrown before the jury.
Well, I think that Mr. Sharp's well within his right to examine about reports or what she did on this case. So I'll have to take it take it as it comes in terms of examination, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Mr. Steele, we're in receipt of your emails in regards to your exhibits. Ms. Weaver, as well as the court, have received those, so we'll include those as the next court's exhibits as well, okay?
Of course, thank you.
All right. All right. Okay, unless there's anything else, I'm having anybody else, let's bring in Detective Gaither, please.
And for anyone who hasn't seen Detective Gaither's testimony, she was afraid of being shown on screen because she no longer has the protection of her badge, according to Ms. Love's arguments. Judge Glanville granted that without having a Rule 22 hearing. And since Gaither is working as a security guard, working at NBA games, in photographs with people that are
Thank
well
you.
known.
All right,
So I don't know how
summarize yours,
scared
please,
she
sir.
really is, but okay. Fist bump moment. Yeah, we got to play that. There you go. Yeah, and where are these reports? Love said she went looking for herself, going through the boxes at APD.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, you sound good. Okay, without further delay, we're going to continue with the examination of Detective Gaither. Madam, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Cross, Mr. Shardt.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Forgot this was
Former
sped up. I was like,
investigator
he's running.
Gaither.
Yes, sir. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
All right. Okay. I represent Shannon Stillwell. My name is Max Shardt. I'm going to ask you a few questions here. If you don't understand the question I asked, please ask for clarification, okay?
Sure will.
All right, great. First of all, I just wanted to touch briefly, follow up with your background. You said your law enforcement experience is solely with APD, correct?
My longest tenure is with APD,
Okay, and how long were you with APD?
almost 19 years.
19 years, all right? And when you left law enforcement or left the police force, you were an investigator, correct?
No,
Okay, what were you?
I was a sergeant.
A sergeant,
You mean
okay.
with Atlanta?
Yes,
Yes, I was a sergeant.
okay, sergeant. As a sergeant, were you no longer working as an investigator, or is that is completely separate job duties?
I'm not understanding what your question is.
As a sergeant, would you still investigate crimes?
I would assist my investigators. I was in
Okay.
charge of investigators, so we would assist
I
each other.
understand now. So you were supervising investigators.
My last assignment, yes.
Okay. As an investigator, how many years were you an investigator?
I believe I made detective in 2013. I made sergeant, the official rank, I believe in 2013, and I made sergeant in 2016. So 3 years.
3 years. And when I'm saying investigator, you said detective, is that essentially the same thing?
It's the same thing.
All right, cool. And in your time as an investigator or detective, is it fair to say that you investigated complex cases, complex investigations?
Really just my time within the gang unit. I mean, from the beginning, I was assigned with learning how to investigate cases. So roughly 2007, when I went to the gang unit until I was promoted to sergeant in 2016.
Okay, so even before you were a detective or an investigator, but you had that label, you were involved in what you would deem complex investigations.
I mean, complex in any type of investigation. Really, I don't just narrow it down to just complex. I mean,
Okay. All right. As an investigator, or even as part of an investigation, you want to determine who committed an alleged crime, correct?
okay.
Is that correct?
If I want to find out who committed the alleged crime,
Yeah, as an investigator.
that's part of an investigation.
Okay. How an alleged crime is committed, that's something you'd want to figure out, correct?
Sure.
And also why an alleged crime is committed, correct?
Motive is always good.
Okay, and that's something
Always
you look
something you
for.
find out.
That's something you look for as
I'll
a,
object and ask that the lawyer allow the witness to finish her answer clearly on the record before interjecting.
All right, Mr. Shardt, let her finish first before you pose the next question, okay?
absolutely, sir.
No problem.
Did you get my answer?
If you could repeat the answer.
Yeah, motive is something you would like to find out, but you don't always get it or understand it.
And that's something, motive is something you look for as a gang investigator, correct?
Motive,
Yes.
it doesn't always appear, but it's something that you would like to understand or know why something happened.
Right. It doesn't always appear, but that's part of your investigation, is at least try to figure that out.
For the most part, yes.
Okay. In searching for these answers, who, how, why, details are important, correct?
Yes.
I stated the question as a form.
In your investigations, you seek out the details.
Is there a specific type of detail that you're
Well, we'll get
talking
into
about?
that. Are details important?
Yes,
Okay. When you're speaking to witnesses, you want to get as many details as possible, correct?
yes.
I wish I could just like
When you're
confetti the word reports all
speaking
over the
to
screen every
eyewitnesses,
time he asks a question.
Okay. Eyewitness, a person who's actually saying they saw something.
Mhm.
You would want to know, or if they came with you and let me rephrase this. If someone comes to you with information in an interview, you would want to know if the person actually saw something or just heard something, whether it was a rumor, right?
Are you speaking formal or informal? Because I think
Either
you have a
one.
certain.
Either one. Formal.
Objection, Mr. Davis.
That's the same question.
Formal interview.
A
If
form,
someone gives you information, you would want to know if they saw it with their own two eyes, correct?
I mean, that's why you would ask them, but do you really know if they saw it with their own two eyes? Maybe I'm just not understanding what you're asking.
Well, you would ask to determine if someone saw something with their own two eyes or whether they heard it from someone else.
Correct.
Okay. And if someone's saying that they saw something with their own two eyes, you'd want to know where the event that they claim they saw occurred, correct?
Speculation. Objection.
I stated objections to form. You can rephrase her.
If someone is an eyewitness or claimed to be an eyewitness, you would want to consider where the alleged crime was committed, correct?
Objection, taken, speculation.
I'm overruled the objection. You can answer it, madam.
If they were eyewitness, I would assume they were there at the incident location, which I would already be aware where that occurred.
You would assume that?
I mean,
I sustain that objection.
Would you want to know where the witness was when they claimed to have seen the event?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
if they are eyewitness, they would be on scene, correct?
Well,
On scene of the
find
incident?
that out?
Yeah, you asked me what I asked them about where they were, and if they're on scene as an eyewitness, they would be on scene of the incident, correct?
Right, but you'd want to know where they were standing to make sure they had a
Oh,
vantage point, correct?
Correct, in that aspect, yes, when you
All right,
say it
thank you.
that way, okay.
Thank
Is this my microphone or is that yours? I'm hearing feedback.
Shout out to Gaither for trying to get these microphones sounding
No,
better.
you-
Absolutely.
All right, because vantage point would help assess whether the witness could have actually seen what they say they've seen.
Sure.
Okay. We talked about details, let's talk about reports. 19 years with APD.
Almost. Mhm.
You were trained to write reports,
Yes.
okay? And police, and when I say reports, I'm talking about police reports.
Yes, I understand, Jackson.
Okay, and there's initial reports and there's supplemental reports, correct?
Yes.
And investigators, you write many supplemental reports, follow-up additions to your investigation, correct?
Or case notes, not necessarily supplementary reports, but we would call them case notes.
And are case notes also typed into a system that generates a report, a written report?
They can be.
Okay. And in these reports or case notes,
Mhm.
You memorialize events or your investigation in a timely manner, correct?
Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
You know that at some point down the line, you may be asked to testify
Correct.
about events, correct?
Correct.
And one of the purposes of reports is so you have the facts and details down when they're fresh in your mind so you can refer back later on.
Yes.
Okay. And in these reports, you want to put as many details as possible, correct?
Yes.
And you want details and you also want accuracy, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've been trained to write reports,
Yes.
all right? And you do write reports as part of your job, or you did when you were with APD.
I did.
Okay. And that's expected of you as an APD officer, correct?
To write a report regarding a specific
Write
incidents, or are we
reports,
talking
generally.
about investigations?
To write reports to accurately memorialize your investigations.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to speak to you a little bit about the Dexter Montgomery case, okay? From 2015. And first.
This is part of
just
what we
to
skipped
help
yesterday.
keep things clear, you would agree that there's three cars involved in this case?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to refer to the blue car, and that would be the car that Dexter Montgomery was in, correct?
The victim's vehicle?
Okay. Is it
The
blue
victim's
car?
vehicle.
What would you like to refer to that vehicle as?
The victim's vehicle.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use a descriptive color. So
Okay.
what color car is that? Okay,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
all right,
I was making sure we're talking about the same vehicle, the victim's vehicle that you're speaking about,
okay.
blue one.
Silver Pontiac,
Okay,
that was the car that, Ms. Clark, Mr. Treadwell, who's OG Bentley, Mr. Allison, and 2 children were in, correct?
yes, sir.
All right, and the white Nitro is the car that shows up with, Mr. McMullen and Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes,
So, this incident occurred on April 12th, 2015, you would agree, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. And it was reported to police on April 12th, 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When, and do you consider you're the lead investigator on this case?
Not initially, no, I was not.
Okay, but eventually you were the lead investigator?
Yes,
Okay. What date did you become the lead investigator on this case?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I don't have my case file, but it was several weeks after the initial incident report.
Several
I'm
weeks
sure.
after? Okay. Do you have a report that can tell us exactly what day you became the lead investigator in this case?
I do not have my original case file.
Okay, did I ask you on Wednesday
You
to
don't
bring
have objection to hearsay statements made outside the court, and would ask if there are documents.
I'll rule the objection. You can finish.
Thank you. Did I ask you to bring your reports to court today?
You asked me did I have them, and I told you I do not have anything from Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. So you do not have your reports,
I've already answered that, sir.
and you cannot tell us the date that you became lead investigator on this case?
The exact date? No, it was at least 3. It was less than a month, but it was roughly 3 to 4 weeks from the time the incident occurred.
Okay. Now, last week, do you remember being asked about different witnesses and about if any of these witnesses said they saw a gun being pulled by anyone in the blue car at the gas station?
Specifically, are you speaking about anyone in particular? Mr.
Anyone in the blue car? You did not see, we've seen the video,
Correct.
all right? And let's just be upfront. In the video in the gas station, we don't see anyone in the blue car pulling a gun, do we?
No.
Okay. And you remember last week when you were asked, speaking to different witnesses, if anyone claimed that anyone pulled a gun out of the blue car or pulled a gun, anyone in the blue car pulled a gun? Do you remember being asked that?
I don't recall specifically in that, the way you're saying it now, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember being asked if you spoke to Cornelius Davis?
Yes,
And you indicated that you did interview Cornelius Davis?
yes.
Okay. What date did you speak to Cornelius Davis?
Again, I do not have my original police report. I do not have that file with me. I don't have it at all, not even just with me, I don't have it.
Okay, and would that be one of the police reports that I asked you to bring to court?
Would it be? I don't have that case file, again.
Where did you speak to Cornelius Davis?
He was picked up from his residence.
Okay. Terrion Moody, when did you speak to Terrion Moody?
Again, the exact date, I'm not sure. All of the victims were spoken to. It had been roughly a month, again, since the incident occurred. So it was our priority to try to get their statements as soon as we could, myself and investigator Dennis. So from the time the case was assigned to myself, which was again roughly 3 to 4 weeks after the incident occurred, within a week's time, everyone outside of Dexter Montgomery who was in the hospital we spoke to.
Do you have a report that with you that indicates when and where you spoke to Terrion Moody?
I've already answered that.
What was your answer?
I do not have that case file, sir.
What about Christian James? What date did you speak to Christian James?
It's my same answer as the previous question.
Which is what?
I just answered that, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask you to answer my question.
And I just answered, my answer is it's the exact same answer as the previous question.
Okay, and I'm going to ask again
Your
because
Honor,
this is
objection.
Move on, Mr. Shardt.
your answer that
Objection, ask and answer.
I haven't gotten an answer.
He hadn't posed your question. So, all right, sir, go ahead.
So you don't know what date you spoke to Christian James either.
Objection, ask and answer.
She hasn't
He
answered.
hadn't answered that. I'll rule the objection.
I do not have my case file from this particular incident. I did not have it from the time I retired with APD. I do not have in my possession any files from any case I've worked.
Okay, and when I asked you to bring the reports last week, I asked you to bring the reports Monday. And you indicated that you're no longer with APD and you might have trouble getting them, correct? You said you wouldn't be able to bring them, right?
I said I wouldn't be able to bring them because they're not in my possession. I do not have anything from Atlanta Police Department.
But when I asked you for those police reports, District Attorney Seth Brown was there as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
From the District Attorney's office, he was aware that I was asking you for those police reports, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to this witness testifying about what someone else was aware of.
I sustain the objection.
Was he actively involved in the investigation? Was he actively involved in the conversation between me and you in that back room?
Objection as to relevance of whether or not, and
I sustain the objection.
You've been doing this for a while,
Doing what?
investigating crimes?
I'm no longer investigating crimes, sir.
Okay. Been to court before to testify?
Yes,
Testified in trials?
I have.
Okay. You're aware that police reports, if they exist, are to be provided to the defense in discovery, correct?
If I have a police report, I'll give it to the district attorney's office, and I would assume they would transfer it over to you.
Okay. And you don't have these police reports indicating the work that you say you did
Your Honor, objection.
from 2015?
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Where's your case file?
I don't have it, sir.
Well, where is it?
I left. When I retired from the Atlanta Police Department, I believe it was August 2020, I left.
He wants her to say he gave it to the district
Everything
attorney's
regarding
office so that the
Atlanta
APD
at
should
the
have
Atlanta Police
it.
Department on the 5th floor where our offices were. That included all of my case files, all of my uniforms, all of my equipment. I do not own anything but my Atlanta Police badges I accumulated over the years. That is all I own.
Who did you leave them with?
Sir, I just answered that question, sir.
You said you left them on the 5th floor. Whom did you leave them with?
I left them in our offices on the 5th floor in a file cabinet. We are not allowed to take our case files with us once you retire. I have no purpose for them.
As part of your work on the Dexter Montgomery case, you showed you showed photo lineups to witness Deangelo, correct?
You said to Deangelo White?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know what date that occurred?
Specifically, no. It should be with the case file. As you can hear in the audio, that actually happened, so.
Okay, right. We have audio of that. Where is the audio of the Terry Moody interview?
I've already answered that, sir.
Where is the audio of the Christian James interview?
It's my same answer as previous.
Where is the audio of the Cornelius Davis interview?
I think you've already asked me that. For all of these audio interviews that you're requesting outside of Deangelo White and the ones that have been provided to the court, I do not have access to them at this time.
You were in the car when Mr. White looked at the photo lineups, correct?
I was.
Okay, you were in the car with Investigator Dennis, correct?
During the interview?
Yes.
Yes, Investigator Dennis and Investigator Edwards.
Investigator Edwards, okay. Who administered the photo lineup?
Investigator Dennis had the actual file I was driving.
Okay. Who wrote on the lineup?
Wrote what?
May I approach?
You may, sir.
And
Have you shown that to the
showing
state?
73 DD. Hey. On the, as part of the photo lineup, little statements about what, and we're gonna talk about statements.
You said little statements?
Statements
Okay.
about what Deangelo White said
Yes, sir.
are handwritten on the lineup, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were those written by you? Is that your hand?
Yes, last week we went over this, that this was my handwriting. This is also my handwriting.
Okay, good. You can't hear the witness.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. And now there was two lineups shown to Deangelo White, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one, in the lineup, just to be clear, there's a target or an alleged suspect, right?
In each lineup?
Yes.
Yes.
And then there's 5, usually, in this case, it's a 6-photo lineup, so there's 5 fillers.
Correct.
Okay. And one of the targets on one of the lineups was Kelvin Treadwell, who's also known as OG Ben, correct?
I didn't label them as targets. They were, for me, persons suspected as being involved in the crime, but target is your word.
Okay, I'll use suspect, that's fine.
Okay.
So one of the suspects was Kelvin Treadwell,
Yes, sir.
and in the other lineup, the suspect was Walter Murphy, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's first talk about the Walter Murphy lineup, which was lineup number 2. You wrote on 7/13/15 that Deangelo White identified Walter Murphy, AKA DK, as person with assault rifle and shooter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you say person with an assault rifle and shooter,
Yes.
are you saying he was identified as the shooter?
According to Mr. Deangelo White, yes.
He was identified as the shooter.
He was identified as a person with a rifle, and he stated he believed the passenger was the shooter because it would be hard for the driver to.
Probably good context here that Deangelo White refused to testify in this trial. And also this is I don't remember if they show it, but this is the lineup here. You can see DW's initials, Deangelo White, 713, and then he circled DK, Walter Murphy here. So this is the lineup photo that they're talking about right now. Just as some additional context there.
Drive and shoot a rifle.
Well, actually, in his interview in that car,
Mhm.
he indicated that the shooter was definitely on the driver's side, didn't he?
He did. And he also stated that it would be hard for the driver to drive and shoot. So he believed it was the passenger.
Well, actually, in his statement to you in the car, he indicated that his thought was the shot came from the backseat driver's side, correct?
He said the passenger shot.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish.
I didn't say the passenger side. I said he stated the passenger shot.
Passenger being who? In the backseat or front seat?
I don't believe he identified, but we know that Walter Murphy was a front seat passenger with an assault rifle.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So your statement is that he said because the driver it couldn't have been the shooter. But he's assuming because he was driving, right? Is that what Deangelo White said?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the line of questioning involving speculation.
I stand the objection, sir.
Well, what did Deangelo White say about who shot?
Sir, I just answered that.
Well, could you?
Sir, I just answered that.
I stand the question.
He said it wasn't the driver.
Objection, asking the answer.
I stand the question, sir.
Did
And yeah, I should clarify,
Deangelo
Deangelo White
ever say,
stopped wanting to
I
testify
saw
mid-testimony.
DK, or I saw Walter Murphy, or I saw the person in this photo shoot at the car I was in?
Sir, I just answered what Deangelo White stated his remembrance of events were regarding the shooting.
Did he ever say, I saw this man shoot?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, asking this.
I stand the objection.
The truth is, he said he couldn't see who shot, isn't it?
Is that your truth or his truth?
I'm asking you. It's on tape.
Sir, I've asked.
And I would ask that the best evidence be shown to the jury since Mr. Sharpt's representing the tape. So I object.
Your Honor, I'm just asking that the witness answer the question.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Did Deangelo White ever say he could see who shot?
Deangelo White stated he did not believe the driver could be able to shoot a rifle and drive. So he thought the passenger, who was Walter Murphy with an assault rifle, shot the assault rifle at his friend. He also stated the backseat passenger, who was what he said to be a young man named Fatty, he had a handgun. The victim was shot with an assault rifle round.
So he never identified Walter Murphy as the shooter, did he?
Objection, asking.
I stand the objection.
Did he ever say that guy was the person who shot?
Mr. Shardt, the same question. Let's move on, okay? Thank you, sir.
Okay. But you wrote that he identified him as the shooter, correct?
I've already answered that, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the identification of Mr. Treadwell or OG Bentley. You also wrote on that photo lineup too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said he identified Kelvin Treadwell, AKA OG Bentley, as ordering the shooting.
What's your question, sir?
Is that correct?
That's what that reads?
May I approach?
You may, sir. To show what exhibit
Is
you
that
show.
what you wrote? 13 BB. 73 BBA. Is that what you wrote?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Okay. Identified Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley, as ordering the shooting. Did he say he saw Kelvin Treadwell, OG Bentley, order the shooting?
He stated that OG Bentley was on the phone making a call, and what he believed was calling Walter Murphy and Demise McMillan. He didn't say those persons' names.
Did he say he saw that with his own eyes? OG Bentley on the phone? He heard that?
I'm telling you what he told me, that he believed OG Bentley, the person he didn't know is Kelvin Treadwell, but it's OG Bentley, made the call.
He believed.
I can't tell you him what not to believe. That was his thoughts. That's what he
I'm
stated.
asking what he said he saw or heard. The truth is, you've seen the surveillance. Deangelo White never got out of the blue car in the parking lot of the Sitco, correct?
That has nothing to do with what he saw.
Okay, so you're saying that Deangelo White was sitting in the blue car in the Sitco that night and heard and saw OG Bentley, also known as Kelvin Treadwell, making a phone call from inside the store.
Objection.
That's what you're saying?
Objection, badgering number one, objection, cause for speculation, and objection as an answer.
I sustain this on 3 bases.
Is that what you're saying?
Objection as.
Sir, I've already ruled, so formulate another question. Okay, thank you, sir.
Who's talking?
Well, on crime trying to zoom in on their whispers.
Your Honor, we're just gonna publish.
Yes, sir. Make sure you tell us what exhibit you published.
Steele looks like an eager beaver back there. And we'll get to it coming up when they, they're done with this witness for now. She's still under the state subpoena, subject to recall, and Steele asked to be able to extend that subpoena for him so he can call Detective Gaither, and has Detective Gaither on his witness list. So she could be coming back.
Publish 102 BB. 102. 101 BB? Okay, 101. All right, at 13:55.
All right.
Yep.
Answer this. Did you see where the shots from the other vehicle came from? Like, did the person, which side of the car did they lean out to shoot?
It had to be either on it couldn't be from the goddamn, it couldn't be from the passenger side or from the
It couldn't be from the passenger side.
back passenger side. It had to be either.
Couldn't be from the back passenger side either.
it couldn't be the driver neither. It had to be the person behind the driver.
Thank you. From your investigation, Walter Murphy was sitting in the passenger side, correct?
Best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and you just heard Deangelo White, that was Deangelo White's statement, correct?
Yes.
And he said it couldn't be the passenger side. It could not be the passenger side, correct?
I did not say it was the passenger side that the vehicle was shot. I said the passenger. He stated the shots came from the driver's side. I stated it could not have been the passenger side. It had to be the passenger, not the passenger side of the vehicle, is what I stated.
Let's run this back.
One 1355.
Let's listen to this and her answer, her first answer, one more time. Doug has his glasses off so he can hear it clearly.
Yep.
Answer this. Did you see where the shots from the other vehicle came from? Like, did the person, which side of the car did they lean out to shoot?
It had to be either on it. It couldn't be from the goddamn. It couldn't be from the passenger side or from the back passenger side. It had to be either. It couldn't be the driver neither. It had to be the person behind the driver.
Thank you. From your investigation, Walter Murphy was sitting in the passenger side, correct?
Best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and you just heard Deangelo.
He specifically asked, and she said, best of my recollection. And now she's going to change her answer.
White, that was Deangelo White's statement, correct?
Yes.
And he said it couldn't be the passenger side. It could not be the passenger side, correct?
I did not say it was the passenger side that the vehicle was shot. I said the passenger. He stated the shots came from the driver's side. I stated it could not have been the passenger side. It had to be the passenger, not the passenger side of the vehicle, is what I stated.
Mr. Murphy was seated in the passenger front, according to your investigation, correct?
And also according to Mr. Murphy, yes.
And Mr. White just said on tape, it couldn't have come from the passenger side, correct?
If you go to his interview inside our vehicle, he also stated he did not believe it was the driver. It came from the driver's side, but he did not believe that it was the actual driver.
Okay.
It was someone from the passenger. Sir, are you going to let me answer?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, he stated he did not believe it was the driver because he didn't think the driver could drive and shoot.
Now she
shoot
wants to
a gun.
answer.
He stated that it had to have been the passenger. I didn't say the passenger side of the vehicle. I said the passenger.
And there's a third person in the car, in the back seat, correct?
Correct, which
That was not Walter Murphy, was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and somehow that statement has become you writing down that he identified Walter Murphy as the shooter.
And somehow you're trying to get away from the fact that members of YSL shot this boy in the head. Whether it's a report.
Wow.
Okay.
Dun dun
Let me step
dun.
out, sir.
Oh boy. I mean, that wasn't that far into cross-examination and already, exactly as Black Butterfly, thanks to the super chat, says, Shardt nails her. She doesn't want to be cooperative this whole cross-examination so far. And then suddenly, this question that she says, to the best of my recollection, Shard's like, haha, gotcha. And then suddenly she wants to give a monologue about what actually really she said. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. And she's won awards for her excellent detective work. Like, thank goodness for cameras in courtrooms. Oh my goodness. I wonder if we'll be able to request like sidebar transcripts, because this would be a fun one to read. This is a long one too. And guys, this is cross-examination, so it's just expected that descriptively the witness should or might be hostile to the cross-examining party. A hostile witness is more like if this is my witness and I call them and, suddenly they're not really wanting to testify, then I can ask for permission to treat them as a hostile witness, which means even through direct examination, I can ask leading questions. Yeah, we need to crowdsource for the sidebars. That'd be a lot of pages. We have to strategically pick which ones would be worth requesting. And yeah, so it was Casper Ghost, one of our favorite mods here, that was finding the tea. Security guard for, at NBA games, taking pictures while she's, at the games. I think with one of the co-owners of either the Hawks or the Orlando Magic. So it's kind of like, how scared are you of people seeing you out in public?
This court, Your Honor. Investigator Gaither, as we sit here in court today, that note that you wrote on 7/13/15 that Deangelo White identified Walter Murphy as the shooter or the person who shot. As we sit here today, is that an accurate report of what was said?
I'm going to object to this.
I was saying to get a question, it's asked and answered, sir. Let's move on, okay?
Well, I'm just
It's asked and answered, move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
The report you wrote that Deangelo White identified Kelvin Treadwell as ordering the shooting, was that an accurate report?
Yeah, I'm going to object.
Basis.
And answer.
I don't think he answered that. I'll rule the objection.
Sir, that's what I wrote.
Kind of a
me ask
non-answer.
This document that I'm reading off of this photo lineup
Which is,
states 73 BBA. Thank you, John. When you left the police department, what did you do with this?
What I do with what? You have it in your hand?
Yeah, what did you do with it when you left the police department?
Objection.
Did it go in the case file?
Objection made.
I stand in objection.
Did you, 73 BBA, the photo lineup that you wrote on, did that go in the case file when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
I believe you just asked me the exact same question that you
I
did
didn't.
before.
I
Okay.
didn't. Could you please answer my question?
What's your question again, sir?
73 BBA,
Mm-hmm.
photo lineups, when you left the police department,
Mm-hmm.
did these photo lineups end up on the 5th floor?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
I stand in
What did you
objection.
do with
She already said it
photo
though.
lineups when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
Objection, Your Honor, she answered that.
She has not answered that.
How
She's
is it
answered
speculation
already.
and also
It's asked and
answered?
answered. Move on,
She
please.
answered
She's
about-
asked and answered that question, sir. Please move on.
Did you do anything different with these police reports than you did with the other police reports that we can't find?
Objection, Your Honor, injecting facts that are not in evidence about the weekend.
I stand in objection.
Okay. We have this one though.
Those
You don't have
objections
the
being
other-
sustained don't make sense to
Right.
me.
Objection made.
Stand in objection.
Hey,
Like, how is it speculation and not in evidence? Because once it's been testified to, testimony is evidence. How can it be both of those objections sustained, but also asked and answered? And thank you so much, Stevie, for becoming a member.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversation you had with Deangelo White in that car Deangelo White wanted $20 for helping you out, or helping the police give information, correct?
He did.
Okay, and you, obviously you didn't pay him to give information,
Not
correct?
paying anyone to give information, not just him. That is not how I work and how I did police work.
Fair enough.
Overrule the objection by Mr. Steele.
Fair enough. But you did speak to him, even though you didn't pay him, you did get him to speak about what had happened, correct?
By his account of what occurred, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. He indicated that he had a familiarity. He knew who O.G. Bentley was, correct?
Correct.
And he
He knew
referred
of him.
and-
I'm
and-
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He knew of him.
Okay. And just for the record, when I'm saying O.G. Bentley, we're talking about government name Kelvin Trent.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the rather large, light-skinned gentleman on the video.
That's your description of him. I mean,
Okay, he
I've seen
gentleman,
larger.
gentleman that got out of the silver Pontiac.
The light skin with the white t-shirt, short sleeve white t-shirt. Yes, sir.
All right, and ended up going into the store.
Correct.
Now, Deangelo White said that O.G. Bentley was known to carry large amounts of money, correct?
He did say that, yes.
And Deangelo White, in his mind, associated O.G. Bentley with someone who worked for the rapper Young Thug.
Objection, speculation is to put in someone's mind.
I stand,
It's
I
in his statement.
stand as a form. You can rephrase.
In his statement, he associated O.G. Bentley with Young Thug.
Yes.
Per Walter Murphy, in his interview with you, he also said that at one point, O.G. Bentley actually worked as a road manager for Young Thug, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect. I'm not sure of his exact words, but he did. He stated he worked for him in some capacity.
But Young Thug Jeffery Williams had since cut ties because O.G. Bentley was stealing from him, correct?
According to Walter Murphy.
Okay, so according to Walter Murphy, at the time of this incident, there were no ties between O.G. Bentley and Jeffery Williams on a professional level.
Objection, Your Honor, in the statement of testimony.
I'll stand in objection as a form. You can rephrase, sir.
Either way, Deangelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who would have money in his state, correct?
What do you mean by either way in regards to the follow-up?
Objection, Your Honor, made.
I stand the objection.
In his statement, Deangelo White associated O.G. Bentley with someone who carries around large amounts of money. In his statement to you.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay.
I think the Hawks keep catching strays
And
because of
He
Gaither.
also, Deangelo White, acknowledged that his cousin, or excuse me, Dexter Montgomery's cousin, Cornelius Davis, was driving the car, following O.G. Bentley's car closely.
Objection, compound.
I stand as a form. You can rephrase.
He acknowledged that the car they were in was following the silver Pontiac closely.
Those weren't his words. That was Investigator Dennis's words.
Did he affirm?
He stated, Cornelius, he a young and, he drive the way he drive. And as he was stating that to us, he was, stating he drives wildly, not he was following too closely.
Deangelo White told you and Investigator Dennis that O.G. Bentley must have thought we were going to rob him, correct?
Yes.
Did you, as the investigator, bring up robbing O.G. Bentley?
I did not.
Did Investigator Dennis bring up robbing O.G. Bentley?
I don't believe he did.
Okay, it was Deangelo White in the interview who first said anything about O.G. Bentley must have thought we were going to rob him, right? He wasn't prompted by any of you police officers to say that, right?
Compound, objection.
I stand as the form. You can rephrase, sir.
Did he bring it up on his own?
He did.
Walter Murphy, in his statement, indicated that O.G. Bentley thought the guys in the car were going to rob him.
Objection.
Correct?
Objection, they reported his statement.
I stand the objection.
Walter Murphy, in his statement on August 18, 2015, indicated to you that O.G. Bentley thought the guys in the blue car were going to rob him, correct?
I'm not sure which exact statement he made that comment, but
He made that comment?
are you asking me?
Yes,
Did he make the comment that he thought they were going to be robbed?
yes.
I believe he did. I'm not sure which
Okay.
statement though.
So the idea of robbery not brought up by the police, and no one suggested that to Walter Murphy either from the police department, correct?
I can't answer your question with a yes or no or correct or incorrect. I can give you an explanation for what my opinion was of Walter Murphy.
I'm not asking your opinion.
Well, I can give you the facts of what I understood Walter Murphy's statement to be, so I can't
Here's how it's
answer.
gonna work.
I'm still answering.
I would object.
I'm gonna ask a question.
Basis.
That the lawyer allowed the witness to answer.
Yeah, let her finish. Okay.
Did you
Oh, I would say
suggest Walter
non-responsive.
Murphy?
I wasn't done answering.
Your Honor, it's not responsive.
She was answered.
Why don't you just rephrase the question, sir?
Did you personally suggest to Walter Murphy that there was a robbery afoot?
I didn't suggest that to him, no. He was giving me his account of what he believed happened, and the majority of his statement was based on once he received discovery and hearing other people make statements, he was working his story to work with their story. So if we didn't know a particular person or a particular statement was made, his way of trying to get around telling us information was kind of telling us stuff we already knew.
Now that you got that out.
That was my answer.
Commentary, Your
I
Honor.
stand the
So
objection.
Deangelo White,
Your Honor, I object, and I've asked counsel not to allow to.
Let's drop the commentary, okay?
Deangelo White, when he made his statement about O.G. Bentley must have thought I was gonna be robbed, did he see the discovery too?
Did who see the discovery?
Deangelo White.
Discovery wasn't a thing yet. It
Okay.
hadn't gone to court.
So that would be no, he hadn't seen the discovery.
No, he had not. There was no
Well, he
discovery
brought
to
that up
see.
too.
I'm sorry,
You gotta let her finish, sir. Okay?
There was no discovery to see. We weren't at that stage of the case yet.
But Deangelo White brought up, but O.G. Bentley must have thought he was being robbed too.
Yeah, objection, ask and answer, no.
I stand the question.
Do you have any evidence that Walter Murphy and Deangelo White, those two individuals, ever talked together and said that this must have been a robbery?
I've never said that they knew each other or spoke with each other to come up with that particular statement.
But they both said it.
Deangelo White's statement was first, and Walter Murphy's statement was after, which means he would have had part of our evidence from his case file when he was arrested, from his lawyer.
Okay. In the interview in the car with Deangelo White,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Dennis asked Mr. White if anyone pulled out a gun on people in the Silver Pontiac, correct?
I believe he did.
Okay. And Deangelo White's response was, we had guns and shit, correct?
Yes, he did say that, and it was more to that as well.
We had guns and shit.
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. We being plural, correct? Correct?
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking if we means plural? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are.
All right, well, answer
Sir,
my
don't
question.
don't do that. Don't do that.
Lawyer not badger the witness or insult her intelligence, and if he has a question.
Need to pair that definition with Judge Glanville saying me.
All right, sir, let's be respectful to our witness,
I'm being
okay?
very respectful, Judge, and I always will.
I doubt it.
Guns being plural.
You're on the objection to the last response by the witness as commentary.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, Mr. Shardt, please, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
focused
we
on
can
the
replay it.
questions.
I'm trying to.
No, just focus on the questions. And
We had guns and shit, correct?
Yes, he did say that, and it was more to that as well.
We had guns and shit.
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. We being plural, correct? Correct?
Are you insulting my intelligence by asking if we means plural? I think you are, though.
Okay.
I think you are.
All right, well, answer
Sir,
my
don't put, don't do that. Don't do that.
Lawyer not badging the witness or insult her intelligence, and if he has a question, Your Honor, I would ask, you would like to ask.
all right, sir, let's be respectful to our witness,
I'm being
okay?
very respectful, Judge, and I always will.
I doubt it.
Guns,
I doubt it.
guns being plural.
I'm going to object to the last response by the witness as commentary.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, Mr. Shardt, please, this is focused on the questions.
I'm trying.
No, just focus on the questions. And Detective, please just answer the questions.
My apologies to the court,
All
sir.
right, sir. All right.
Guns being plural as well, correct?
He stated, that's what he said.
Objection, ask.
I sustain the objection.
I haven't asked them. Remember last week when you were testifying and we talked about, or Ms. Love was asking you questions and you referred to people in the blue car as practically children?
No, I don't recall that being the exact thing I said.
Okay. Well, which we heard, we and guns. As an investigator, did anyone seek further clarification from Deangelo White when he say we, who in that blue car possessed guns? Did anyone ask?
Ask who had the guns?
Yes.
That's not on the recorded statement, sir.
So did anyone ask? I understand it's not in the recorded statement.
Mhm.
Did anyone ask who in the blue car had the guns?
I don't believe the jury heard that, so it's not on the statement.
So that's a no?
We did not ask him that.
Okay. Did anyone ask how many guns were in that blue car?
Sir, that's not on it. But that goes to part of we did not further inquire about the guns that he stated we had. So every question regarding the guns and who and we, and as we all know, we heard the recording. It's not on the recording. Therefore, we didn't ask him that.
Did anyone ask what types of guns were in the blue car?
Objection, ask and answer.
I never asked that.
I will rule the objection. You can answer that.
Sir, no further inquiry was asked about the guns that they had in the, that Mr. Deangelo White said they had in the vehicle.
Okay, and as lead investigator in this case, and I understand that you weren't there on that night, you're aware that guns were not located in the car.
The night of the incident?
Right.
Yes, I am aware of that.
The car relocated itself to an address at 1987 Fremont Avenue, correct?
It did.
Okay, did anyone search the 1987 Fremont Avenue address for any guns that may have been discarded there before the police arrived?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Standing.
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Was 1987 Fremont Avenue searched that night?
Sir, as you just stated, I was not there on the night that the incident occurred.
So you don't know the answer to that question?
I personally did not execute a search warrant on Fremont Street.
Okay. Now, you've been able to review, in court, in fact, we reviewed the surveillance from the sit-go from that night, correct?
Correct.
would you agree that we can see the blue car pulling into the gas station, following behind the silver Pontiac?
Objection as to characterization, best evidence is the video.
Okay.
That's
Mr. Kokomo, could you please pull up, that's fine. DS9 at 1340.
And I think around this part is like after this video is when the 11 Alive stream started on this day. So we'll be able to switch over and get captions
And
pretty
before
soon.
we start playing, did you ever ask Deangelo White or any of these other individuals that you say you interviewed, why they went to the gas station?
I don't recall at this moment.
Okay. And this gas station, this Citgo, it's a place that sells gas, correct?
Among other things.
Okay, and it, well, among other things, it has a store where you can buy chips and
Randomly to be
Food Mart,
difficult
yes, sir.
about.
headache powder and different things like that, correct?
It's a food mart.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish DS9 at 1340. Okay, Investigator Gaither, did we just see the two cars pull into the Citgo? The two cars, meaning the silver Pontiac and then the blue car?
Yes.
Okay, and the silver Pontiac is the one that O.G. Bentley and Rodney Allison are going to exit, correct?
Yes.
And the blue car is the one with Deangelo White, Terrion Moody, Christian James, Cornelius Davis, and Dexter Montgomery, correct?
The victim's correct.
Okay, you keep saying victims, and that's cool, but,
Objection, Your Honor, as to commentary by Mr.
I
Shardt.
stand the
and
objection.
that's the car that Deangelo White said that there were guns, plural, in, correct?
Yes, in their vehicle, yes.
Okay. So 2135, they're there. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play.
Bless you.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you fast forward to 2200? Okay, and for the record, we're going from 2135, I believe it was, to 2205.
Sir, is there any-
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. 1340 to 2205.
Sir, is there any particular point you want me to
Well,
start
I'm
watching,
gonna
or am I
try to
looking for something in particular?
save- I'm gonna try to fast forward it. I'm
Okay.
gonna try to save some time, because I don't wanna watch the whole video again,
Okay,
but we'll see where this goes.
okay.
And Your Honor, I would ask Mr. Shardt to just clarify, he has 4 separate videos on the screen for the record. So to clarify which, one of these images he would like the witness to focus on.
I'm gonna ask the witness to focus at 2205 on the top left. If you could get to 2200.
All right, let's know when you get there.
Okay, and I have 2144, the blue car is leaving, correct?
Yes,
All right, and so you would agree the blue car, and we can go back and watch if you want, but would you agree that the blue car was present for about 8 minutes?
I'm not sure the exact timeline.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to do it this way. 1340, please. Okay, please note on the top left, Investigator Gaither, it says 2135,
Mhm.
52.
Okay.
And for the record, both cars are present now, correct?
Yes.
And Investigator Gaither, what I'm gonna ask you to watch over the next 8 minutes or 9 minutes is whether anyone in the blue car
Mhm.
either pumps gas or goes into the store to buy any items.
Objection, compound speculation. What they do is speculation.
What they do is speculation, it's on page.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, so.
I can tell you no one pumped gas or went into the store.
Okay, thank you. So the state.
Yeah, no commentary. Let's just move on, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Kokomo, thank you. Thank you. So while they were
Okay,
there.
we can switch over. Get some captions going.
What they do is speculation.
What they do is speculation, it's on page.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, so.
Sorry that's way louder.
I can tell you no one pumped gas or went into the store.
Okay, thank you. So the state.
Yeah, no commentary. Let's just move on, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Kokomo, thank you. Thank you. So while they were there, no one got out to pump gas. No one bought Citgo gas.
Sir, I just answered that.
And no one went into the store to buy any items.
That's an answer. Come on, let's move on, Mr. Shardt.
Ms. Kokomo, could you go to 2205? Or my time? I think your time's a little different. And the blue car goes down Jonesboro Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, pause it. Mr. Kokomo? Okay, the blue car is left, we see OG Bentley, is he running to his car to give chase?
Here in this frame?
Yes.
No, he's right here. If we're looking at the bottom frame as well, he's right here inside the store.
So, kind of lumbering or walking slowly into the store?
He's seen in the store, the doorway of the store.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Is anyone running to any cars to give chase to that blue car?
You can definitely see Mr. McMullen waving them on, telling them to hurry up and come on.
Objection from speculation.
Your Honor, I would object because she's answering just the question that was asked.
That's completely non-responsive, but.
All right, well, I'm gonna sustain Mr. Matthews' objection. You can go ahead and rephrase the question, okay?
Okay. Now. after Mr. Bentley and Mr. Allison leave the store,
Yes, sir.
they leave down Browns Mill Road, correct?
Yes, the silver Pontiac
And
goes
that's
down
a
Brown.
different road.
I was still answering.
Okay.
To your first question, yes, the silver Pontiac goes down Browns Mill Road.
The White Nitro does too, as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a different road than the blue car travels.
Browns Mill Road and Jonesboro Road? Are they different roads?
Yes. Okay. If you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer.
Objection to the commentary.
I stated objection.
All right. So,
11 Alive is like bad ASMR.
you can take that up the screen and scope them up. Thank you. Let me ask you this. Deangelo White. You aware he's in prison?
Am I aware?
Yeah.
I'm retired.
You know what he's in prison for?
Objection, relevant speculation, improper line of questioning for this witness, no foundation.
I sustain it.
All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about your interview with Walter Murphy on August 18, 2015 now. Now that August 18, 2015 statement, it was played, I think, this past Wednesday, correct?
One day last week, yes, sir.
Okay, and you would agree that that statement was not given in court, that was given in a conference room, correct? Or an interview room?
I mean, here for the August interview?
Yes.
Do you mean here or in one of our rooms at Atlanta Police?
The August 18, 2015 interview with Walter Murphy, where did it occur?
Atlanta Police Headquarters. You stated in a conference room here, and I thought you meant here in this building. Okay.
And Walter Murphy wasn't under oath when he did this, was he?
No.
All right. You talked to him about the April 2015 shooting and being at the compound, correct? April 26, 2015.
I believe Investigator Dennis spoke with him about the compound incident.
Okay, you were there?
During the interview, yes.
He indicated that he was very high at the time, correct? High off of Percocet and Xanax.
Objection as to characterization of how high.
I stated the question as a form.
He indicated that he was under the influence of Percocet and Xanax that night, correct?
Objection.
How's that?
I'll rule the objection.
That night, at the compound, when you were talking to him about it, he said that that night he was high on Percocet and Xanax, correct?
I don't recall him stating that night. Again, the compound incident, I'm not going to say I wasn't necessarily paying attention to him. That wasn't my focus, the compound incident. But any details about that, I mean, that wasn't my focus at that time. That's why I didn't ask many questions about it.
Okay. He indicated that he went to Blue Ivory later that night.
Sir, any regards to this compound Lil Wayne bus shooting, I can't give you intricate details about what he said. That was not my focus on asking him questions regarding the shooting.
Okay.
If it's in the video, it's in the video, but
Well, at some point, you and Investigator Dennis, both of you were asking questions, correct? And I understand your focus may have been one thing, Investigator Dennis focused on another. Is that fair?
our focuses were two different things. We had a common goal, but that particular day you're speaking of, I had no interest in the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
You ever, under any circumstances, whether it's as a police officer, a civilian, undercover, have you ever been inside Blue Ivory, the club?
No.
Do you know what the inside of the club through pictures or videotape or anything looks like?
Yeah, I would object as to that question would cause speculation.
I'm asking if she knows.
If she knows, she just said she has. She said she has.
Oh, wait, just wait. I'm gonna overrule the objection. And I'm going to overrule your objection.
Do you know what the inside of Blue Ivory is?
I recall seeing photographs, but to give you intricate details of where what is inside, no. I've seen the outside several times. Inside, no, I've never personally been inside.
Do you know how many rooms, different rooms or dance floors are in Blue Ivory?
Sir, I just answered the question.
That's enough?
I just answered your question. I do not know specifically intricate details about where stuff is, what's inside the club. I cannot give you details regarding that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. To your recollection, as being in the room, did anyone, when Walter Murphy indicated he saw things in Blue Ivory, did anyone specify where in the club Walter Murphy was, what room he was in, when he observed these things?
Objection, they didn't come out.
I stand objection.
Do you remember Walter Murphy ever telling you exactly what room he was in within Blue Ivory?
Sir, I don't remember anything Walter Murphy said regarding this Lil Wayne bus shooting and events occurring around it.
Are you aware of a vehicle owned by, do you know who Lexus Greer is, also known as Dolly?
I've heard the name.
Okay. Are you aware of a Ford Explorer SUV owned by Dolly?
I may have heard that. I mean, I haven't seen it personally. I don't think I've asked anything about it that I can recall. So
Do you know what color that SUV is?
I don't recall at this time.
All right. Okay. I'm going to move on from the April 26, 2015 incident.
April?
26, 2015. That's the compound. So I'm gonna move on.
Okay. I didn't know which
It sounds
incident.
like you,
I didn't know which
respectfully,
incident
it sounds
it was.
like that really wasn't your focus.
Correct. I didn't know which incident between April 26th.
Are these questions that Investigator Dennis should be asked?
Your Honor, objection to that, speculation,
I stand objection.
and I ask that the lawyer allow this answer.
In the Dexter Montgomery case, you took over the case at some point.
Case was assigned to me, yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the first things you did is obtain surveillance from the Citgo gas station, correct?
One of the first things, no, that wasn't one of the very first things I did.
Okay, did you obtain surveillance from the Citgo gas station?
Eventually, yes, sir.
Okay. And last week, you testified that you were able to contact someone who was able to obtain it for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what agency were they from?
Atlanta PD.
APD?
Yes, sir.
And who's the person that you contacted to go get that surveillance video?
I believe it was investigator Teague. He's with the Homeland Security Division, and his responsibilities are collecting surveillance video upon request.
All right, and that's what threw me off. He's Homeland Security, but part of APD.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a division within APD.
And Investigator T, the Homeland Security, one of their functions is those are the people you call when you need surveillance, to find surveillance video in an investigation at your work.
That's who I contact when I need something, when I needed something. I don't know of all of his functions or
Okay.
job responsibilities.
And to your knowledge, no one needed to get a warrant to get the Citgo gas station footage, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, you just asked T to get it, and he was able to get it.
I believe he had already had it.
Okay. And you would agree that the video footage was a big part of your investigation, it was an important part of your investigation, correct?
Yes, it was.
It shows exactly the movements of people in the Citgo gas station that night.
That's your question?
Yes.
Yes, it shows. Yes.
To your recollection, how long did it take APD Officer Teague, Homeland Security, to obtain the surveillance footage?
Objection, possible speculation.
If she knows.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer it, madam, if you can.
I'm not certain.
All right.
Regarding the April 26, 2015 compound, incident to compound and Blue Ivory, I know that you said this wasn't your focus, but I'm going to ask you, did you ever call Investigator Teague or anyone from Homeland Security to obtain video footage from Blue Ivory on April 26, 2015?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. do you know of any other officers that attempted to obtain video footage from Blue Ivory on April 26, 2015?
I don't
In
know.
regards to the Lil Wayne bus shooting incident.
That was actually a Cobb County case.
And I'm asking, do you know of anyone that
Right.
attempted to obtain surveillance video?
I'm not certain, sir.
All right. Now, you were involved in the investigation of the Donovan Thomas case, correct? The Donovan
I was
Thomas
not.
shooting?
I was not the lead investigator on that case.
I know you weren't the lead investigator, but you were involved, correct?
Involved in which portion of the investigation?
In fact, did you do work as part of that investigation?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right, so you did no work.
Objection,
On
Your
Donovan
Honor, as
Thomas.
to the commentary being made.
I sustain the objection.
All right. You were present, and I'm not going to ask you what anyone said, okay?
Mhm.
But you were present when Kenneth Copeland arrived at APD headquarters on January 10th, 2015, correct?
To the best of my recollection.
All right. And you were let me just ask you this. You aware of a green store? What's called the Green Store in Atlanta on 490 Glen Street?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that the Green Store has a camera system?
Objection, Counsel. Facts and that are not in evidence.
I sustain the objection.
As an investigator for several years at APD, you've worked cases at the Green Store, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay, and so you have no idea whether they have a surveillance system at the Green Store.
An objection as to vague or
I
time.
sustain the objection.
As part of your investigations into the Donovan Thomas case, did you make any efforts to obtain video from the Green Store at 490 Glen Street as part of that investigation?
Sir, I just stated I was not the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas homicide, nor have I worked any case at 490 Glen Street, the Green Store.
Who was the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas case?
Investigator Thorpe.
Are you aware of Investigator Thorpe making any attempts to get video surveillance from 490 Glen Street on January 10th, 2015?
Objection, foundation, basis, and speculation.
I sustain the
I'm asking
objection.
if she's aware.
I sustain the objection.
You're aware of a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue back in 2015 at the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did you or are you aware of Investigator Thorpe attempting to obtain surveillance video from the McDonald's restaurant at Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road for January 10th, 2015?
Objection, compound.
I sustain the objection as a form.
Are you aware of anyone attempting to obtain the surveillance from the McDonald's for January 10th, 2015?
An objection, vague as to when they attempted.
I sustain the objection.
For January 10th, 2015, that surveillance footage.
That particular day or the day that someone went to that?
That particular?
Yes.
You attempted to obtain the footage
Myself and Investigator Dennis did go to the McDonald's. Yes, sir.
to get the video footage from January 10th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Where's that footage?
We did not get it.
Do you have a police report indicating that you attempted to obtain that footage?
The police report was not required.
You didn't, you went and attempted to obtain video footage in regards to a homicide investigation and you didn't write a police report about that?
Your Honor, I must object.
Finish this.
Foundation, mischaracterization testimony, she was not working on.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, how can they say?
No, I'm not gonna speak. I'm sustaining the objection. You can rephrase it.
Do you have a
Move
police
on.
report indicating that you did that work?
That's an answer. Move on.
Okay. Does Investigator Dennis have to your knowledge, have a police report indicating you did that work?
I sustain the objection.
Okay. McDonald's had security cameras, right?
Vague.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, the McDonald's on Cleveland
I
Avenue.
sustain
and
the
Old-
objection. Move
Hey,
on.
she said vague, I'm making it clear.
All right.
The McDonald's on Old Hateful Road and Cleveland Avenue. They had security cameras, correct?
Your Honor, objection, vague.
On January 10th, 2015.
Okay.
So you want me to answer?
Yes.
It appeared to be video cameras on the outside of the McDonald's, yes.
And to your knowledge, we don't have that video.
Objection, Your Honor.
To-
That's not in evidence.
to her knowledge.
Ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Nicholas Robinson is an individual that you interviewed or you took part in an interview of, correct?
Nicholas Robinson?
The person who claimed his name was Nicholas Robinson.
I don't recall a Nicholas Robinson.
All right, on October 19, 2015, you and Investigator Thorpe encountered a gentleman who claimed to be named Nicholas Robinson, who came into the Atlanta Police Headquarters, correct? Claimed to have knowledge of the Donovan Thomas.
Are you talking about the young man? I believe his name was Spencer something. Are you talking about that incident? He didn't come just voluntarily walk into Atlanta Police Headquarters. So I believe your characterization of how it occurred is not correct.
Okay, he was arrested for felony charges and then told the police he wanted to come talk to y'all.
Now, I'm going to object, that's what you're saying, this is what that person said.
I stand the objection.
After being arrested for felony charges, did someone come to the police department to talk to you and Investigator Thorpe?
No, someone requested to speak with homicide in regards to the Donovan Thomas murder. I was not assigned to the homicide unit. So Investigator Thorpe spoke with him.
Okay, this person said his name was Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Objection, you say.
Why don't you rephrase the question, sir? Do you know who the witness was that came in?
You asking me, sir?
Yes.
I believe his name was Spencer something. I'm not sure.
I want you to speculate. Do you know?
I don't remember. I don't remember the name that he initially gave. If you saying it's Nicholas Rob, I'm not going to refute that. I just don't remember that name. I remember Spencer.
Someone by the
Whatever.
name of Spencer Wright, is that?
I'm not sure of his last name. I remember his first name is Spencer.
Okay, someone by the name of Spencer came in, but initially they gave a fake name, correct?
I believe.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Speculation.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase though.
Did the person give a fake name?
To the Zone 1 officers, yes, he did.
Okay. And when he started speaking to, okay. You testified on, I believe on Tuesday, that your practice when you're interviewing people is to make sure you get their name and date of birth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And while this gentleman was speaking to Investigator Thorpe, you looked into the background of who this gentleman was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you
It may have-
discovered,
I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead.
It may have been after I spoke with him. I don't believe it was during the exact time as Thorpe was talking to him. I checked him out. I believe it was after I spoke with him.
Okay. And all this happened on October 19th, 2015?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And in you doing your due diligence to check who this individual was, you realized that he had been lying about his name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you alerted Detective Thorpe that this guy was lying about his name, correct?
Yes.
And on October 19th, after you told Detective Thorpe about this man lying about his name, Detective Thorpe continued to speak to him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. One,
Basis.
speculation is to what Detective Thorpe did. She was at relevance to foundations.
I stand this as to speculation. You can rephrase.
Were you in the building
What building?
where the interview was taking place?
Yes.
Were you aware that the interview was taking place?
Not initially, but eventually, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well, I mean, you were aware because you were checking into the guy's background, right?
After I spoke with him, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what you're asking.
And when you realized he was lying about his name, you told Detective Thorpe, as we discussed, and Detective Thorpe continued to interview him, correct?
I can't tell you what Detective Thorpe did as far as his investigation.
Okay. The next day, after speaking to Spencer Wright, who gave the name Nicholas Robinson,
Mhm.
Detective Thorpe took out 4 warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to object.
Basis.
Foundation, basis, speculation, this was necessary processing.
I state the objection.
Okay. You aware that Detective Thorpe took out warrants the next day?
Objection, same.
I state the objection.
Detective Thorpe, when he, on October 20th, 2015, took out warrants for Shannon Stillwell.
Objection, Your Honor, for the same reason.
I state the objection.
You've seen the surveillance of the Donovan Thomas shooting? On McDonald's shooting?
I'm thinking. I believe I saw it on the news.
All right.
Like on the news.
Starting need to put a pause in there. We need to take a comfort break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break. If you could come back for 11:45, please, and we'll be in recess until that time. All rise.
And if you're joining late, the stream hasn't only been going for 26 minutes. This day started sooner, but 11 Alive was late to start. So it's not like he took a comfort break 20 minutes in. Let's see. Go to about here. And I think we're on 1.25. Let me know if that speed's working for you guys. Yes, this is Cross. Glanville's snot breaks are intentionally timed. And there will be some redirect at the end of the day, of this day. So we can see if he's still, Casper, what did you call him? Sniffles, what did you call him? Snotty McSnotums. We'll see if he's still Snotty McSnotums when Love is asking questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Shardt, go ahead.
It's court. Investigator Gaither, to my recollection, I last asked you about the surveillance video from January 10, 2015, the Donovan Thomas shooting.
Okay.
Have you seen that surveillance video?
I believe I saw it on the newscast, not the actual video that investigators retrieved, or are you just in period?
Either one.
I believe I saw like a clip of it on the news.
Have you ever seen the gentleman who now knows as Spencer Wright? Have you ever seen him in the video as being on the scene?
I believe I saw the video, a short snippet of it on the news, like the vehicle driving by. I don't recall any particular persons or anything in the video, just the vehicle.
Fair enough. You know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland, correct?
I do.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask about what was said to you by Mr. Copeland, but I am going to ask about the times you've seen him. Okay. You saw him on January 10, 2015 at police headquarters, correct?
It was either the 10th or the 11th.
Either 10th or 11th, night of the 10th, going into the morning of the 11th, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was that the first time you had ever met or seen or interacted with Kenneth Copeland?
No.
As an investigator, you give out your phone number to people in the community from time to time, correct?
Are we speaking about something specific or?
You give your number for people to call you, if they have information, things like that.
I have, but it's not a general practice where I just hand out my phone number.
Okay, do you, at that time, I'm talking 2015, when you were still with APD, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have like an APD work phone, or did you operate off of your personal cell phone?
I had a work number.
Okay, you had a work number.
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigations in 2015, you gave Kenneth Copeland had your work number, correct?
After, I want to believe it was the second interview. If you're speaking around the time of the homicide, that January time, no.
Okay. Now, he was arrested in June of 2015, correct?
I believe
On
so.
federal charges.
I believe so.
Okay. Sometime in January and June of 2015, you gave him your number, correct? Your work number.
It was definitely after January. I believe it was after January.
Did you have phone conversations? Again, not asking what was said.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland in January of 2015?
I don't recall. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I can't recall at this time.
Do you have any reports documenting these phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
In my possession today?
Yes.
No, sir.
Do you have any recordings of your phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
In my possession today,
Yes.
I don't have any information as far as reports, recordings, police reports regarding information that Kenneth Copeland gave.
How
That was
about
crazy.
February of 2015? Do you know how many?
The jury doesn't know yet exactly. They haven't met Lil Woody yet. But now think about this in retrospect, because we're watching this on Rewind. If Detective Gaither comes back in, or if on Cross, a lot of the same type of questioning is asked, but, you know, from the frame of mind of what Lil Woody could testify to. The jury might be like, oh man, look at all this piecing together. This is how they did this investigation.
Phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland on your work cell phone in February 2015?
I don't.
Do you have any recordings of these conversations?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any police reports regarding these conversations?
I'm not sure.
Okay. March 2015, same questions. Do you have any documentation of the phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, same answers.
Okay. What about April 2015? Do you have any police reports or recordings of the phone conversations with Kenneth Copeland?
Same answer.
Do you know how many phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland in April 2015?
I don't.
How about May 2015?
I don't recall a number that I've ever spoken with him as far as the time frame and the exact number.
June 2015, before his arrest, do you know how many phone conversations you had with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't recall a number of phone conversations ever for Mr. Copeland.
Okay, and do you have any police reports summarizing how many phone conversations you had between Kenneth Copeland and your work cell number from January to June of 2015?
Here with me today now.
Where would those reports be?
I haven't.
Cause for speculation.
If you know,
I sustain the objection.
do you know where those
Well, I
reports?
sustain the objection.
Okay, did you write reports?
Ooh,
about
that
those
was
things?
hostile from the judge.
I believe some of the information was documented, yes, if we were speaking about a particular investigation.
I'm not speaking about the investigation generally. I'm talking about these phone conversations.
What is your question?
Did you write reports regarding the phone conversations?
You know how that's object on the basis of vagueness and that's for clarity.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Foreman.
Did you have any reports regarding the phone conversations between you and Kenneth Copeland between January 2015 and June 2015?
Are you speaking about a particular incident?
I'm just.
I don't want to speak generally to you.
Any phone conversation that you had, did you write any reports?
If you're speaking about something specific, you can ask for something specific. So I don't want, I'm still answering. So I don't want to answer you generally because I don't want to give the wrong or mischaracterization of my answer. So
Okay.
if you're asking me something specific, I can ask
I
something.
would like to be very specific.
Okay.
What date did you have a phone conversation with Kenneth Copeland in February 2015?
I don't recall a specific date, but I have had phone conversations with Mr. Copeland several times between January and June.
So, and did you write reports?
Are you, again, asking about something specific?
Specifically on February 27th of 2015, did you have a phone conversation with Kenneth Copeland?
Was that a particular incident that occurred that day?
No, can I have your reports?
Your Honor, I object.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You're working a different job today than you were in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But in preparation of your testimony, you did have phone conversations with the prosecution team about the plans of you testifying, correct?
I've spoken to Ms. Love, yes.
Okay. Have you spoken to other members of the prosecution team?
I may have spoke with Simone once.
Okay. Was this
Ms. Hilton, sorry.
in person or on the phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
The witness availing themselves to prepare for testimony? Show bias?
I'll rule the objection.
Is this in person or on the phone?
Majority of the time over the phone, if I was available.
You said the majority of the time. Approximately how many phone conversations?
Since the start of myself coming into court,
No, since they started calling you potentially as a witness to prepare you to testify.
I may have talked to Ms. Love twice since my time that I've been here testifying. I've spoken to her more often, but I'm really not available to be on the phone during most times because of my job.
How many in-person meetings?
With Ms. Love,
With anyone from the prosecution?
again, can you be more specific? Do you mean since my testimony has started?
No,
One,
since this case started.
I don't know when this case started. For me to start in 2015.
In the last year, regarding this case,
Mhm.
how many in-person meetings have you had with members of the prosecution team?
I may have met with Ms. Love once.
Okay. Is that in addition to the one time you said you met since your testimony started?
No, I see Miss Love every day that I'm here.
Okay, so you talk to her every day that you're here as well?
Yes.
Okay, so, for instance, I believe it was on Tuesday, you were asked, the first questions you were asked were to clarify, telling Walter Murphy that you were gonna give him a chance to sober up. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, the state spoke to you about that the day before and said, hey, you said sober up, we're gonna ask you about that, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't recall if they did.
You're aware that the defense attorneys were also seeking to speak with you prior to your testimony, correct?
I believe Mr. Steele reached out.
Okay. Mr. Steele wrote you an email hoping to speak with you, and this was around December of 2023, correct?
Object to any questions about what someone else did.
I stand in,
Your-
I stand in objection. But you can rephrase if you like.
Okay. As a witness, Mr. Steele reached out to you about talking about the work in his case, correct?
The work in this case, or that he wanted to speak with me about regarding this case?
About the work you did in this case.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I couldn't understand. You said the work you did. I didn't.
Yes, the work you did in this case.
He stated he wanted to speak with me in regards to the case. He didn't say a specific reason.
And initially, there was going to be a telephone call to discuss things, but eventually you said that you did not want to speak about the work in this case to the defense side, correct?
No, you're incorrect.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm not seeking to admit.
They struggling? Okay, it looks like they come back right away.
Coach,
Wait, why is there no sound?
Yes, you can, sir.
okay,
That was
I'm gonna
weird.
show you an email.
Y'all know without the witness identifying it, just say it's not.
DS13, Your Honor.
All right.
Is that an email you sent to Attorney Steele on December 28th of 2023?
Just part of it. You missing a little bit.
Okay, you can put down.
Are we looking at just the first page, or you said? I'm asking a question. You said, "Is this an email that I sent to Mr. Steele?" Is that what you asked? Okay, this is a portion of an email chain.
Right. And
Okay.
you can look at the previous pages,
What am I looking for?
just to make sure that you feel that it's an accurate representation of the email.
I believe this is accurate, but your characterization of what I said is inaccurate.
But we're going to talk about exactly what you said.
Absolutely.
In the previous pages, Mr. Steele was trying to set up a meeting to speak with you about work in this case, correct? Your work in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. Could you read the email on that top page?
Yes,
Did
I'm
they-
gonna object.
Basis.
You say reading the document, not in evidence.
The prior inconsistent statement.
It's foundation. I'll sustain this to that. I sustain objections to that.
Okay. Is this an accurate depiction of the emails that were exchanged between you and Mr. Steele?
It appears to me. It looks a little out of order, but for the most part, it appears to me.
Your Honor, at this point, at this time, I would ask to admit ES13 into evidence.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor. It's
Basis.
still hearsay, not consistent.
I stand objection.
Investigator Gaither,
Yes, sir.
on December 28, 2023, did you write, "Good morning, Mr. Steele. I have decided not answer any questions at this time. Hopefully, you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports." Is that what you said? Is that what you emailed?
That is what I emailed after Mr. Steele was given an opportunity to call me and meet with me, and he did not meet that time. So therefore, I was not gonna keep rearranging my schedule because he did not meet that time.
Hopefully, you were able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports. Mr. Gaither, where are your police reports?
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Outstanding objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take some lunch at this point in time?
So there was a theme to those questions. You know, every couple of questions, just ask, were there reports? Where are the reports? Did you take any reports? Are they upstairs on the 5th floor in the file cabinet? Same recurring theme, and the answer is either no, or I already answered that, or as soon as I think, about like 20 minutes into Shardt's cross-examination, Love realized that anytime she heard the word report, she could object, so Glanville would know to sustain on asked and answered. So, there we go. And then, how long was their lunch? How long was their lunch? Oh, that was good. It was actually less than an hour and a half. Yeah, the word of the day is reports.
What's that?
The jury must have the itis. Slowly meandering back in. Steele is ready.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Steele.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I want to talk with you, if we could, about the snake intertwined through the skull of the eagle. You know what I'm referring to for a
Right
second?
into super
The album
slimy.
cover?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we put up Mr. Williams? I believe it's in evidence. If it's not, please tell me that I'm wrong. But I believe it's already admitted. It's 70. Mr. Williams, exhibit 70A. If not, it's already in evidence under another exhibit number.
Thanks for gifting a membership,
Who's
Trikisha.
gonna put it up?
Making
Mr.
someone
Copeland,
green.
that's okay.
Yes.
It should be on your screen.
Yes, sir.
And in the screen on top of you, the jurors, you know, sorry, but it's in green. Is that the way your screen is too?
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's not that way. I thought you meant the green on the snake. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Okay. And the album cover, though, if you remember, it's not green, right? It's just
No.
a display on top of your behind.
Yeah, just background colors, white.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about this, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
This is approximately, do you remember the year by any chance?
I don't call the exact year, top of my head.
That's fine. 2017 sound approximately right?
You say so, I believe you.
Okay. And when is the first time that you noticed this image or album cover? And I'm referring all the time to Jeffery Williams, Exhibit 78.
When the album was released, again, I'm not sure of the exact year of it, but I believe it was 17, like you stated.
Okay. And you knew that this album was released by Mr. Williams, fair to say?
Sure, yes.
A performer known as Young Thug.
Yes, sir.
And Future. Do you know who Future is by any chance?
He's another Atlanta rapper, correct?
Yeah.
Or entertainer.
Yeah. And they're both collaborating on this album, fair to say?
That's fair.
And were you aware at the time or now that YSL logo mascot, whatever the right word is a snake?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And were you aware either then or now, just correct us, that Future's logo was an eagle?
It was an eagle, but not this depiction of an eagle, but yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of things about that. What you're saying, if that's okay. Now, from your vantage point, I think you told the jury, if you didn't, just say that's wrong and correct me.
Yes, sir.
But this somehow was inspiring or an exciting part of the gang war that he told us about. Fair to say that this picture, that's how you took it. It was insulting to IF.
Objection, not a combat question.
I'll say this to form. You can rephrase her.
The reason that this caught your eye is you believe I think you told the jury. If you did, just say you misunderstood and incorrect.
Okay.
That this album cover was somehow throwing gasoline on a gang war. Is that something like
Yes,
that?
yes.
And that's because it's your understanding that the snake really is kind of inside, the way I look at it, the skull of the rival gang. That's how you looked at it. Fair to say?
That was a depiction that the gang unit had based on our previous dealings with both individual gangs.
Now,
And I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off. I thought you were done.
And their emblems that they use to represent themselves.
Now, I want to ask you some of these questions.
Mhm.
Just tell me, best your memory, who you spoke with and what you did about, okay? The performer known as Future that I've been asking about. Were you aware that he was signed at the time of this record album cover by Sony Records?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that Sony Records also has a subsidiary, meaning a subpart, Epic Records?
I object to, that's not in evidence, assuming that's not in evidence, were you aware?
I sustain the objection.
Did you know that Epic Records was a subpart of Sony Records?
Objection still, Your Honor, for assuming that's not.
I sustain the objection.
Just asking the question.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever look at the back of the album cover to see who produced that album with that artwork on?
No, I wasn't. If this was, I trust what you say. It was released in 2017, is what you said? Is that what you said, 2017? I wasn't in the gang unit at 2017.
But at any time, did you, since you took note of it, did you talk to your coworkers and anybody just look at the back of the record album?
Yeah, we spoke about the record, but that wasn't part of the conversation to look at who produced it.
Did you ever attempt, and when I say you, I'm including your team,
Right,
okay?
I understand.
Ever speak with anybody to find out whose idea was that artwork?
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain the
I'm not
objection. I
asking-
sustain the objection.
Okay, don't
Calls
speculate.
for speculation.
Did you ever bother, and I don't mean that in insulting, just did you ever take the time to find out who did that artwork?
Well, what's the relevance of who drew it?
Just asking, did you do that?
Objection, no.
It's the image that we've been talking about.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer what you can about it.
Yes, it wasn't relevant enough that who drew it for me to ask or inquire.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I think I cut you off. You said it wasn't relevant who drew. Is that what you said?
For me, it was not relevant, the artist.
And how much input did Jeffrey Williams or anyone with YSL have in creating that artwork?
Objection, foundation, basis, speculation.
I sustain the
Is it
objection.
important to know how much input Jeffrey Williams himself would have into that artwork?
Objection, made.
I sustain the objection.
How is it important to you as an investigator, and you've been qualified as an expert, and I'm talking about YSL, is it important to you to know whether Jeffrey Williams had any involvement in the creation of that artwork?
For me, the creation of the album, no, but the message that can be interpreted by artwork is based on the individual viewer. And coming from the gang unit, you talk about free bands. I've never seen Future or free bands represent themselves with just the skull here. I've seen images of If Gang represent themselves with If Gang, ABG, with just the head of the bird, not the full wings like free bands. So my interpretation of it was disrespect.
Since you interpret it like that, would it be important to know whether Jeffrey Williams has any involvement with that artwork?
If he put his name on it, there's some level of involvement
The artwork, the cover?
with what's being put out and representing his name. That's what I would conclude.
How about YSL? Any members of the record label, or whoever you want to call it YSL? How much input did anyone with YSL have into creating that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know whether anyone with YSL had any input in that artwork?
Again, I conclude that if someone put their name on something to be presented to the world and represent themselves, you would have some level of input on what's being put out to the world.
Okay. Did you do anything to corroborate your belief?
Objection, no.
I'll rule the objection.
As in,
Anything?
no, it's not against the law to make an artwork. You know, it's not illegal. I was investigating crimes, not just specifically artwork.
Are you familiar with YSL putting out an album cover with an eagle holding the snake in its hand? Are you familiar with it?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, if you can show me something, I can tell you if I've seen it or not.
Let me show you what has been already marked as Jeffrey Williams number 2219.
You may, sir. Just show it to the stage.
Thank you. I've already sent it previously and I gave a copy. Take a peek at that if you don't mind.
Sure.
Tell me if you recognize that.
I think I may have seen this. Yes.
And does it look like what you have seen before? Meaning, is it accurate in what you remember previously?
It looks accurate. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number. That would be 221F.
Your Honor, I would object unless additional foundation is laid. There's been no.
Can I see it, please? I stand the objection at this point.
Well, how have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
Say it one more time.
How have you seen Mr. Williams' 221F?
I may have seen it online.
Okay. And what did you recognize that you did?
An album cover.
And I've already asked you this, I want to ask you again. Does it look similar to what you've seen online or identical to what you remember seeing online?
In reference to the same picture? Yeah, it looks pretty similar.
Your Honor, I believe a foundation has been laid.
Okay, you have any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
What's the number of these exhibits?
221F.
So 221 alpha, is that what you said?
F.
Oh, 221 okay.
Can we show it with Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor?
Just hold on one second. Let me get it first. Okay, JW 221F is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Do you know what year this came out?
I do not.
That's fine. And here, there is an eagle. You recognize at least a depiction of an eagle?
Oh, yes, like large bird.
And then a snake being held?
Yes.
And you know the artist named Sergio Kitchens, he performs under the name Gunna?
I don't know him personally, but I've heard of his name.
A part of YSL?
Sir?
Part of YSL?
Yes.
And then Ronnie Rich, RDDYRICCH?
Mhm.
That's a performer, right?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yes, sir.
And they did this album that the judge admitted 221F. It's not the album, it's the cover, the artwork of the album, right?
Correct.
And in this one, you notice that there's a snake, that's a symbol of YSL, right?
Yes.
And then the eagle carrying the snake. Fair to say? The eagle's holding the snake.
Yes.
And did you know that Roddy Rich's album or motto or logo or symbol is the eagle? Did you know that?
Objection, assuming that's not.
I'm asking you whether the witness.
I stand the objection.
Did you know whether Roddy Rich's symbol was an eagle?
Objection, assuming that's not in
I
the.
stand the objection.
Based
Yeah,
upon
the
your
court
knowledge,
got like more
do you
quiet.
know whether Roddy Rich's symbol is an eagle?
I do not.
Did you ever look into this?
An album cover? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. As part of this case, you ever look into this album cover? You ever find this fascinating or interesting?
It's not fascinating to me, no. I didn't look into it.
Now, you're aware of Mr. Williams is not the only artist who, if you are familiar, who uses a animal or a symbol as a motto or logo. Is that true?
Objection, compound and base.
I stand the question.
Are you familiar that, you know, the artist Lil Wayne,
Yes.
Wayne Carter?
Yes.
You familiar that he uses a goat
A goat to do what?
as his symbol? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with the album where Jeffery Williams and Lil Wayne have a goat and a snake on the cover?
A goat and a snake?
Artwork.
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Are you familiar with the performer known as Lil Baby?
Yes.
Are you familiar that Lil Baby uses a sculpture of a little child?
Objection, assuming that's not in the.
I stand the question.
Based upon your personal knowledge, do you know whether Little Baby has a sculpture of a child as his motto or logo?
No.
You don't know that? It's okay. You don't know
I
that?
answer no.
Are you familiar with an album cover where Jeffery Williams and Lil Baby collaborated and there's a snake and the sculpture of a little baby on the album cover? Are you familiar with
Objection,
that?
compound.
I stand as informed.
Are you familiar with an album cover between Little Baby and Jeffery Williams or YSL member Gunna where there is a snake and a statue of a little baby?
No.
Are you familiar with Jeffery Williams and Future doing another album cover where there are two eagles and a snake? Are you familiar with that?
As far as album covers, no, I'm not familiar with the artwork.
Let me just show you this, this refreshes your memory. And if it doesn't, just say it doesn't.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Showing you Mr. Williams, 2212.
I'm not familiar with this.
Now, are you familiar with the performer known as Drake?
Drake?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know whether he has an owl as his symbol or logo?
Yes.
So it seems to me that you didn't speak with anyone in YSL about the artwork on State's Exhibit number 70A, right?
Objection, I should testify.
I stand objection.
You didn't speak, did you speak with anyone with YSL, any of the artwork people there, any of the managers, anybody, with Jeffery Williams 70A that should be in front?
Objection, I should answer.
Same question.
You didn't speak with anyone with Futures people, Sony Records or Epic, about 78 to see how that artwork was developed or created, right?
Again, the artwork is not illegal to do. And as well as I wasn't in the gang unit in 2017 and thereafter when this stuff allegedly came out.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible, from your expertise, that 70A, Jeffery Williams 78, has nothing to do?
This is 78? I'm sorry.
No, it's the one with the skull of the eagle and the snake going through it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I object to that question based on speculation. That is not.
I sustain the objection.
The Detective Gaither said,
I sustain the objection. So you can raise it more.
would you consider that you could be wrong, that that artwork, which is on the screen now, 78, has anything to do with any type of influencing a gang war? You'd be wrong.
Could I be? I think anybody deserves to be wrong about something, but if you're saying artwork is left up to the interpreter. And as far as the gang unit and the back and forth shootings that we were working, it appeared relevant at that time.
I want to talk with you.
What's really interesting about that is if it's up to the interpreter, you don't need to have an expert opinion to say that, oh, I think this snake imagery is nefarious. We're no longer in expert witness territory if we're just talking about any layperson's interpretation. And Black Butterfly, thanks for the super chat. You're making me want to make another emoji. We might need that emoji. We might need that.
About the back and forth shootings.
Yes, sir.
Now, the back and forth shootings, I think you said during your direct testimony, starting about around October 2014 and continued until you left the city of Atlanta. Is that fair to say?
I went back to about October to start looking. That was my starting point.
You agreed, or did I admit, you said October 2014 about, right?
I don't know if I said it started in October. I said that was my starting point to look back at.
So at least by October 2014.
At the very least. I didn't say it started in October.
Okay. Now, in October 2014, using that as a starting point, understanding it might be before.
Correct.
Just using October 2014. We then go through October, November, December, January, got to the January 10th, it's the killing of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say?
That's true.
And January 2015.
Yes, sir.
We got about 3+ months from October 2014 to about January 10th.
Yes, sir.
And then it continues thereafter, right?
It does.
All right. Now, I want to go back to this fight or war starting around, it could be before, October 2014. We have the IF gang, we have allegedly the YSL gang, right?
Yes. Okay. IF gang and YSL.
Yeah, and maybe other people, but that's basically what we're talking about.
Sure.
Okay. Now, did you know in 2014 whether Jeffery Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in October 2014? Were you aware?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffery Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in November 2014?
No.
Were you aware that Jeffery Williams was making a movie with Donovan Thomas in December 2014?
Assuming facts on this objection.
Were you aware whether Jeffery Williams permitted, and that, whatever, allowed, I don't know, was with, let me erase the question. Were you aware that Jeffery Williams was with Donovan Thomas in October 2014 during his musical concerts?
Objection, babe.
I'll rule the objection.
No.
That's right.
Were you aware that Jeffery Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2014 at Jeffery Williams concerts?
Your Honor, object, that's not in evidence, assuming that's not.
I state the objection.
Did you know whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in November 2015 while Jeffrey Williams performed live shows?
No,
December 2014, were you aware whether Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas in December 2014 when Jeffrey Williams was performing shows?
no,
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas on New Year's Eve of
Objection.
December 31, 2014, going to January 1, 2015?
Objection, assuming that's not in
I
evidence.
state the objection.
Did you
So
know?
why would he order
that
the
Jeffrey
killing?
Williams was with Donovan Thomas, or Donovan Thomas with Jeffrey Williams on New Year's Eve on December 31, 2014?
no, I was
No
not.
need to, obviously, January 1.
New Year's Eve to the New Year's Day, no.
Okay.
This really all ties back with what we've gotten so far from whatever you want to think is credible from Kenneth Copeland. That beef, that shooting on January 10th, may have been started by beef between Woody and Shalkells. And why would Thug have ordered this against Nut if they were just cool like 10 days ago?
Did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's postings on the social media promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection, assuming that's not in evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based upon your work, did you ever look at Donovan Thomas's social media in October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, January 2014, promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
Objection, compound.
I'll state it's the form. You can rephrase, sir.
All right, we're going to break it down into month by month. Did you ever look, and they tell the juries if you did, what you found, October 2014, Donovan Thomas's social media promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
No,
The same question, November 2014.
no, sir.
Same question, December 2014.
No, sir.
Same question, beginning, obviously, God forbid, there was a killing, but beginning of 2015, January.
I believe I saw, well, after his murder is when I first saw Mr. Thomas's social media page. I hadn't seen it before.
And I was inarticulate in my question. I don't care if you look backwards. I'm saying, do you remember October 2014?
Specific dates, no. I know that I first saw his page was after his murder.
You have a great memory right now of you can pull out and tell us. In other words, I'll show you. Donovan Thomas promoting Jeffrey Williams' music. October.
I don't,
Okay.
I'll state the objection.
I don't think it was vague at all. I understand it's just so
I'm-
okay, I'm moving on.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna ask you again.
Mhm.
At any time that you reviewed Donovan Thomas's social media, okay,
Okay.
did you find in October 2014, do you remember him promoting Jeffrey Williams' music?
I can't recall the exact date. I do believe he may have posted a picture or something of Mr. Williams, but to give you an exact date or what the context of the photograph was, I couldn't tell you.
Let me show you a couple things.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I step back for a minute?
Yes, sir, you may.
Steele just had more paper in his hands than Gaither's ever had in her life.
They're gonna look for it. I'm gonna continue, just need
Yes, sir.
time. Okay. I want to talk with you about what I call, I think referred to, a repost, the Whiz app. You know what I'm talking about? We played it at the very end of court last Wednesday.
What was the last word you said before that?
We played it last Wednesday, right before we broke.
The video?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
video, audio.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Number 1, 12, blah, blah, blah.
Your Honor, can we put up, spoke mode, you're able to do it, otherwise I'll ask someone else. States number 112 BB.
All right, sir.
And for the purposes of the record, I'm still going to advise that we had 2 112, so I would make the video 112, Bravo, Alpha.
Whatever's in evidence.
All right, then 112 Bravo Alpha, you play, okay?
You show it. Got it?
Oh my god, so much shuffling. I kind of feel bad talking about all the IT and mic issues because this is worse.
DeKalb County District Attorney's Office?
No.
God, I couldn't do that tapping.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever employed with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office?
Was.
When did that end, I guess?
Almost as soon as it started. It wasn't for me.
When did it start?
I believe it was August 2020, and I quit that in maybe late October.
Are you in law enforcement in any capacity now?
No.
All right, I think so. There's a line across. I
Can
don't
even
know
make it 90
why,
days.
but was that line there? You see over Mr. what I'll call Mr. Williams' left eye. Was that line there when you originally saw this?
No, it looked like this.
Okay, the line is gone. Okay. When did you first see this?
Roughly around the same time it was posted. It was very early on in our investigations.
Okay, and it's posted, I believe it says on State's Exhibit number 112, or that's wrong. Yeah, 112 BB. I think it is now. You see January 26, 2015?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that would be approximately 16 days after the Glanville killing of Mr. Thomas. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you see where it says repost? Was that?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you, your teammates too, to investigate what is WizApp? Learn about what is WizApp?
Why would I need to know what WizApp is?
I'm asking.
Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Well, maybe it's a bad question. What is repost WizApp?
I don't want to speculate the in and out details of it. I've seen it before, but I don't want to give you false information about what it is.
What it does is in the name. It's in the
I know, I'm
name.
just letting you know.
What did you do though, or your teammates, to get correct information? What is WizApp? Or excuse me, repost WizApp, if you know.
I'm not understanding what are you asking?
Okay. Did you or any of your teammates do anything to look into how some?
And this is the same person. So remember, I think it was a week and a half ago. They were having some issues over a different post that they want to bring in. And they were arguing, well, the date's not shown. Oh, well, if we hover over the date, then you could see what date it was shown. Well, did somebody do that? And then Love was stumped. She was like, quiet. Who did that? She didn't really have an answer. And after a long pause, she finally, I think she ended up saying it was Michael Sprinkle that did it. Okay, well, can you have Michael Sprinkle, like, verify this? And she ended up saying that she would also ask Detective Gaither to say that this is the process that they use, is hovering over the dates to reveal the dates. And that's how you can see on Instagram how something's posted. But here, this same person that Love is telling us is going to vouch for another piece of evidence that was posted on Instagram can't even explain what something called RepostWhiz app does.
Somebody uses repost WizApp, that application.
No.
And then this is posted by not Mr. Williams, correct?
This particular post on the screen with the comments, this is Mr. Garlington's page, Demikion Garlington's page.
And we know that because I believe kind of towards the top center right, S, and then instead of like a C, what I would say C, it's XAR _ then same thing, X replaced the C. So Scarface, but with 2 X's. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you know that through your investigation to be Demikian Garlington's Instagram account, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that there are voices in the background, correct?
Besides Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I had Mr. Williams up front, and in the background, I got voices.
Yes, sir.
At least she knew
And,
that.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury when this video audio was made by Mr. Williams?
We approached.
Love is scared. Love is scared for this question.
I don't know.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Peter. Does this... Oh, we're gonna quiet that down till they come back from sidebar. Holy moly. Does this ex-police officer have immunity? She needs it. She makes Woody look innocent. Yeah, she's incompetent at best. Incompetent at best. You guys have said it before. It seemed like Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis were fans. And the more that things piece together, especially now that Kenneth Copeland has kind of given us his perspective on what these detectives would do in these long interviews, that is really what it seems like. They just wanted to hear about Thug. As soon as I heard them say Thug, I knew what I needed to talk about and started to say. And I thought it would be fine because what would they ever find on Thug? He wasn't doing anything. That was Kenneth Copeland's rationale recently in present tense. But yeah, does she have immunity? She needs it. I really think the reason she hid her face, let me make sure they're not talking. I think the reason she hid her face is because it's embarrassing. Everything that she's trying to say and cover up right here and right now. It's just embarrassing. I don't think she was afraid for people to see her face. But thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, and they're still in sidebar. But yeah, Love definitely seems afraid. Like, do you know when Jeffery Williams posted this? Oh, Your Honor, may we approach?
State's Exhibit number 112BBA. Do you know where that recording is made?
No.
Do you know how many people were present when that recording was made?
Just listening to it, it sounds at least like 3 people. 3 at the least.
3 at the least, I think you said?
Yes.
Do you know whether other people are there who are not heard on the audio?
You said where they are?
No, I'm asking you, do you know whether other people are in the room who are not heard on the audio?
Maybe I'm not. Are you saying do I know where they are or whether they are?
Let me ask you a different one. Could other people be there in the room where this is made, wherever this is made, who are not audible on the 17-second or 15-second?
No, I understand that would be speculation.
Now, on January 26, 2015, is it fair to say that that's the date that YFM Lucci's mother, Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's house was shot into? Well, I call it drive-by shooting, but whatever, was shot into from outside.
I don't know the exact date. I know her house was shot at least 3 times, and she was shot once. 3 separate incidents, excuse me.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffery Williams encouraged or consulted with Mr. Garlington to do this repost on January 26, 2015?
If he consulted with him?
Yeah, or encouraged him to do it.
No, sir.
Now, what we hear here, it starts in the middle of talking. Is that your understanding?
I don't know where it starts.
All right, well, let's listen to if we can we're going to go a couple of times on this, if that's okay. I know it's
Sure.
But listen to the very beginning and tell me whether you hear somebody else speaking, not Jeffery Williams, okay? Could you, and then we're going to stop in a couple of seconds.
So nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters.
You hear the beginning?
Yes.
Could you make out those words?
And I object to saying, has to clarify what's going on.
Yeah, which words are you talking about?
The first speaker is not Mr. Williams. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And can you make out do you know who that speaker is? The very first speaker.
I don't want to speculate. I got a good idea.
You know, I'm not trying to get you to violate your oath. Do you know who it is? Let's start there.
If I wasn't there, I'm certain I'm not going to say his name.
That's fine. All right. Do you hear those words from another person before Mr. Williams starts speaking?
Yes.
And on that, do you hear that speaker saying, and swear to God, the truth, I'm going to lie on God? Do you hear that?
You can play it again. I can barely understand what he's saying.
We're going to play it a couple times if you need to, but I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
Hmm.
You just go to the beginning and back in
Yes.
yourself.
And very-
You can slow it down if you want. That's up to Detective Kid.
We can speculate about art.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom.
Did you hear the first speaker, not Mr. Williams?
Mhm.
And swear to God the truth, I'm going to lie on God. Did you hear that?
I heard something to that nature. I heard the on God part. I really couldn't understand what he was saying after.
We'll do it one more time, and if you don't, we'll just go to move on, okay?
Okay.
But that's it. If you don't.
I'll slow it down for us. Slow motion love.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom till the God and his truth.
Did you hear that first speaker say something to the effect of, and swear to God the truth, I'm going to lie on God?
I heard, I swear to God, and something about a lie. I didn't hear what you heard.
And when you take an oath and other people take an oath in a courtroom, is it tradition that we raise one hand, the right hand, and then we take an oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Objection, no.
It goes for this video.
That's the legal phrase.
All right. Do you know that when people testify in a courtroom, generally they are sworn to tell the truth
Objection, no.
in relation to this video?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you hear that speaker number one talk about, I'm going to lie on God?
As I stated, I didn't hear the last portion of it. I heard him say swear to God and something about lying. I couldn't understand the last portion of what he said.
I'm going to do it one time and we're going to continue.
I've heard it 3 times, Mr. Steele. I don't understand what he's saying, the last portion.
Then Jeffrey Williamson, if you need to hear it, just let us know. He starts saying, so an N, I'm not going to say the word, lie to their mama, lie to their kids, lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth. Is that fair to say? Close enough?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
So Mr. Williams is talking about people lying to their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object as to speculation for witnesses according to
that's the
witness
same
intent.
objection.
I didn't ask for intent. Mr. Williams said, I'm not talking about intent. He said, he's talking about people lying, right? Or an N lying, right?
Your Honor, I object and ask the video to speak for itself.
That's the objection.
You heard on video that the jurors just heard Mr. Williams say 3 different times, people, the N lies, for their mothers, brothers, sisters, kids, right?
Your Honor, I object because the video speaks for itself.
That's the objection.
All right. Did you hear Mr. Williams then say, and then gets right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
Now, did you hear a different speaker, or the same speaker, but not Mr. Williams, say, that's what I'm talking about?
I don't recall. If you want to play that portion again, I'll let you know if I heard that.
You can start from the beginning.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom till the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You go.
Did you hear that second speaker, not Mr. Williams, say, that's what I'm talking about? Did you hear that?
No, I heard the FN word. I didn't hear what you're saying.
All right. You heard a different speaker, not Mr. Williams, say FN.
It wasn't Mr. Williams, no.
And then don't know exactly your bruh. Did you hear that?
I heard talking, but I didn't hear that.
And then did you hear another speaker, not Mr. Williams, say, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Did you hear that?
I heard God again. I don't think it was all of what you said.
Just do it one more time. Sure.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and the truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Y'all
Y'all didn't get fucking killed, bro.
You go. You snitching bitches?
From me and YSL.
Okay. Did you hear that? Nothing but the truth to help you God from someone not Mr. Williams?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Right. And then Mr. Williams said, something like, don't get it, y'all ends need to be effing, I'm not saying the words, kill bro. Hear that?
Yes.
And then you snitching bitches, someone else said, not Mr. Williams. True.
I don't believe that was Mr. Williams.
And then Mr. Williams ends it with, from me and YS. And it cuts off.
I already said YSL, but if you say it cut off, okay.
Your Honor, I would check if it is uncertain, to make sure that's fine.
Now, from your investigation or your coworkers, what was being discussed during the time that Mr. Williams made that recording that's now memorialized in that exhibit?
This one here. I mean, at that time, we were seeing a lot of posts from both sides, putting up information about each other. So our main goal was to memorialize stuff, was to save it.
Tell the jury what, did I cut you off? I apologize.
Go ahead.
Did I cut you off? I'm not.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Tell the jury what trial, talking about lying on God, lying, I'm going to lie on God, whatever you heard. If people lie to their kids, lie to mothers, all that. And right to a courtroom, tell God something that's true. What trial was going on around 2014, 15 that you knew about?
There was a lot of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is it?
There was a lot of cases going on in 2015. Are you speaking specifically for this date, January, or just 2015? It was, I wanted to say 32.
32
shootings.
Yeah, but who is testifying around January 26th when this Recross was done?
I'm not certain. This was very early on in the investigation, so I don't believe anyone was arrested for anything just yet.
Have you spoken with anybody who said that they were there at the time that this was made?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be accepted.
Don't tell me what was said.
Still object, that would be accepted.
I'll say it, I'll say it.
You know that people, I heard you say earlier today, that people at times lie to others, investigators, courtrooms. Is that true?
Objection, compound, and they.
Do you have experience that people lie to investigators at times?
People as in witnesses, victims, or just which one?
Both, anybody.
Sure.
And people in your experience lie under oath?
Say again?
People in your experience come in courtrooms and lie?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, having the witness.
Are you familiar with people who come to courtrooms and lie?
Objection.
All right. Mr. Murphy, let's start with this one, Trontavia Stevens. Remember the recording, Trontavia Stevens and Mr. Rodney Allison that you talked about?
The jail call?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Not the jail call. What was the date of that jail call?
I don't have it right here in front of me.
What would refresh your memory?
I'm not certain. I don't have it here in front of me.
You remember during that jail call that there was a communication between Mr. Allison and Mr. Trontavia Stevens, also known as Slug or Tick, about Jeffery Williams.
Yes.
And do you remember them calling Jeffery Williams a rapper boy?
I do.
You remember them laughing at Jeffery Williams?
Laughing at him? In what regards? I'm sorry, mister. I don't know if I can hear you or not. I can barely hear what you're asking me.
Let's do this. What is it? You have this, what exhibit number? What do you say, number?
Jail call.
Your Honor, we're going to play. It's already been admitted.
What's your name, sir?
I'm finding out right now from
All
Steve.
right.
And ask Mr. Kokomo to be able to play. I'm
Play record, so I can, you can play.
just waiting for the states to.
107 Barbara.
107 Bravo.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Copeland, you can play that, sir.
Can we play at 555, Your Honor?
That shit crazy.
What the boy doing?
What one?
Rapper boy.
Oh, man, I just was talking to his ass, too. I just talked to his ass. He ain't talking about shit. He ain't talking about nothing, man. Say he finna go out of town or some old shit.
You ain't trying to give me no lawyer, man?
Man, hell no. Hell no. Well, shit, man, I don't even know why you even think he gonna goddamn. Man, that man ain't. Well, if he is, he doing that secret. I don't know. So don't let me say. He ain't tell me nothing about getting down. He ain't say shit about that. Now, I ain't gonna lie.
Thank you.
Now,
What number did you stop at? 645 stop. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Mr. Montavious Stevens speaking at first, saying, what that boy doing? Is that the first voice?
Yes.
And then Mr. Allison said, which one? And Mr. Stevens said, rapper boy? Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. And on that, Mr. Stevens asked whether, you know that to be Mr. Williams, right? They were talking about Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation.
It was already testified. Do you know who Rapper Boy was being referred to? If you don't, just say I don't know.
Objection, foundation, basis, and speculation.
I see.
We'll go with Rapper Boy.
Your Honor, object to the commentary.
I see. You can ask that question.
Mr. Stevens asked whether he, being Rapper Boy, trying to get me a lawyer. You hear that?
Yes, that's what he stated.
And Mr. Allison said something like, no, he's going out of town. And if he is, he's doing it in secret. And don't let me say, he ain't tell me nothing about it. He ain't say SHIT. I ain't gonna lie. Something like that. Is that fair to say?
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Any evidence to share with the jury that Jeffery Williams got Montavious Stevens a lawyer? Didn't pay for a lawyer?
No, I stated that he did.
No, you didn't say that.
Oh.
I'm asking, do you have any evidence? That you did?
I've never looked into that, sir.
Did you know that Mr. Montavious Stevens used a public defender?
Objection, Your Honor.
I state objection.
Let's go to 1420 on the same exhibit.
he ain't got to ask the nigga for nothing. Motherfucker. When I was telling that boy, he ain't talking about shit.
You have
The
1
rap-
minute left.
The rapper dude ain't talking about nothing, man.
That boy name, man, what they calling that boy name Rapper Boy.
That's what I just said. That rapper boy, he ain't talking about shit. And I hate that shit every time you get fucked up. That nigga can't do shit for you. I hate that shit, man. That's some sucker shit, though.
That's some real sucker shit, man.
Yeah, damn right it is.
Hey, look, I
Shit.
just talked to my girl for me. Look, right? They just started this shit out here with they be sending me your iPad out here and shit.
What number is that? 15 minutes and stop. Did you hear Mr. Allison say the rapper dude ain't talk about nothing, man? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
And then Mr. Stevens saying that boy ain't what they call him. That boy's rapper boy. Did you hear that?
I did.
And then two of them laughed.
Roughly after, yes, sir.
And and Ms. Allison said that and can't do SHI for you. You hear that?
And is it more anything before or after that? I don't remember specifically, just those 3 or 4 words.
And that is the recording that you found and you alerted, you segregated, whatever the right word is, on this case. Is that fair to say? That's what you said?
Downloaded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any jail recordings where Trontavia Stevens says that Jeffrey Williams is the leader of this gang?
No.
Jeffrey Williams pays my lawyer.
No.
Jeffrey Williams, I do these crimes for Jeffrey Williams.
No.
Going to, and I, again, don't know the numbers, so I need help, but the Walter Murphy, remember that call with Erica?
Yes.
Now that would be July 15, 2015. Fair to say?
Okay.
Sound right?
Sound about right.
What number is that? What number? Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo place already in evidence states number 106 EB.
He may, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it's 7 minutes. This should be the same call that you already listened to and downloaded.
We got to start a fundraiser or something. We got to get me some more money so I can get a better lawyer, bro.
It's not. What number is not that? That's 711. It's stop. Detective, did you recognize that as Mr. Murphy's voice?
I did.
And did you recognize him saying, we have to do a fundraiser or something, got to get more money so I could get a better lawyer?
Yes.
And you knew earlier that day, before Mr. Murphy's taken to Fulton County Jail to use the jail call, record a jail call, you knew that he had a lawyer named Jacoby Hudson, right?
That's what he told us in the interview earlier that day, yes.
And there was all that back and forth about, do you want to have an interview or you want to call a lawyer? Remember all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Murphy never got a different lawyer?
Objection, that would call for speculation.
That's stated.
Is it true that Mr. Murphy, when you met with him on August 18, 2015, he was accompanied by Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer?
What's the question?
Is it true that when you
Is it
met-
true? Yes, he was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
I'm sorry, go.
He was with his lawyer, Mr. Hudson.
And then in February 11th, 2016, again, Mr. Murphy, you were there, met with you and the prosecutor and Detective Dennis, maybe one other person, I forget. And he again had Jacoby Hudson, same lawyer, right?
He did.
He didn't change lawyers, right?
He had Mr. Hudson with him.
And then he said you have to start a fundraiser or something. Did you hear that?
That,
The little snippet you just heard?
yes.
We're gonna come back to that in 1 second. Let's play 11:11 from the same state's 106 dB. Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind.
Alright. Bro, to be honest, bro, ain't nobody finna be here for me, but I already know how this shit finna go like. Either we're gonna try to talk the thug and I'm just gonna ask them straight up and down, like, start me a fundraiser, you know what I'm saying? Like, to really go on his page and start me a fundraiser. You know what I'm saying? And as Dora or somebody like that, they'll really be over it, or tourist, you know what I'm saying? Cause that's the only way I'm gonna get out.
11:41 and stopped at 9. Were you able to hear that?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that again Mr. Walter Murphy speaking on the recorded jail call that you downloaded?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Walter Murphy said, to be honest, ain't nobody fixing a beer here for me. Did you hear that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll ask, recording to reflect.
Just play.
Oh,
You hear that?
I don't remember hearing that part.
And either we're going to try to talk to Thug, ask him, I'm just going to ask him straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd really like to go on his page and start me a fundraiser. Did you hear that?
I don't recall hearing go on his page. I don't recall hearing the page part.
Mr. Steele, before you pause it, another question. I have a good authority that we take a break,
A
okay?
cover break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take 10 minutes and we'll come back at, no, actually, we'll take 15 minutes. We'll come back at 3:05, okay? All right, all rise.
What are you guys thinking about the cross-examination styles, especially with the order of Shardt going first? Steele's currently asking questions. And again, a lot of stuff with Gaither, they're really focusing on, boxing away this idea that what Walter Murphy did or what he was accused of doing somehow has anything to do with these co-defendants or was in furtherance of gang activity, or was properly even investigated to begin with. And secondly, everything as it relates to Donovan Thomas, Kenneth Copeland, listening to things that now Trontavia Stevens is saying. Again, did Detective Gaither really listen to the things that she was looking at, pieces of evidence, recordings? Was she just passing time while she was working? And if she found something of merit, why wasn't it worthy of being put into a report and memorializing and turning over to someone who would prosecute this case? But with that being said, in consideration of, the cross-examination here, we have Kenneth Copeland cross-examination possibly starting tomorrow afternoon. Who do you think does it change your mind on who you may have guessed would start cross-examination? I think it might be Carrington Matthews that goes first.
We gather our witness, please. Call for our jurors, please, sir.
There's a lot of patterns on Hilton.
Mr. Steele?
When
I
we
definitely agree,
broke,
abundance and clarity.
I was
She's
asking
different
you
with both of
about
them.
whether you heard Mr. Murphy say to Erica, the woman you know as Erica, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
About got to ask Thug straight up and down, start me a fundraiser. I really like to go on his page. Those questions, remember that?
Yes.
All right. To your knowledge and investigation, was any fundraiser done for Mr. Murphy?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
I'm not asking to speculate.
I'll overrule objection.
And not to my knowledge. I'm sorry.
And did Mr. Williams give any money for a lawyer for Mr. Murphy?
Objection. Foundation basis speculation.
Based upon your investigation.
Same thing. Object. Basis.
I sustain the objection.
Don't speculate. Do you personally have any information that Mr. Williams gave any money to Mr. Murphy for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Bond money,
Now that I'm aware of.
family money.
Objection, Your Honor. She said nothing.
I sustain the objection.
Now, do you have any recorded calls that you went through to share with the jury, Mr. Murphy speaking with anybody, where he states something effect of Thug owes me, I do protection for or security for his family?
Your Honor, I would object as to vague
I'm not.
This is where she got the idea to do security.
As specific I can be. Do you have any jail calls to share with the jury where Mr. Murphy says on a recorded line that he does security for Jeffrey's family?
No, sir.
He claimed that with you. Remember speaking, not only you, but the other people? Remember he said that on August 18, 2015?
I don't believe those were his exact words.
Okay. Do you have any recordings to share with this jury where Mr. Murphy said something to the effect of, I've done so much for thug and crime that he owes me. He should be paying for me. Do you have anything like that?
Objection, Your Honor, as to compound.
I'll sustain the question.
Do you have any recording to share with this jury while Mr. Murphy's on a recorded line that he said anything to the effect of Mr. Williams owes him?
As in jail calls or any type of recording?
Let's do jail calls first.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, the recording you're talking about, I assume, is what the jurors already listened to?
From the interview?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now, does it refresh your memory that I asked you if you said on direct examination that the jail call recorded between Mr. Stevens and Mr. Allison was a certain date? Remember you said, I don't remember the date?
I said, I don't recall at this time the date.
Does August 1, 2015 sound familiar?
I don't recall it. At this date, it may have been, I think, the second, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. That's my answer.
Do you have any social media postings from any source of Mr. Williams and Mr. Murphy after the end of 2013?
After what year, sir?
The end of 2013.
I'm not certain of certain dates. I don't have it here in front of me.
Do you have any evidence that Jeffrey Williams ever spoke with Mr. Murphy after the end of the year 2013?
As in a phone call or a face-to-face conversation? What do you mean?
Anything. Do you have anything you could show the jury?
To show the jury at this moment, no.
Now, I want to ask you something, and I think it was just your words were being used, and I'm not saying this was the intent. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home on the date of Mr. Murphy's arrest? Remember July 15, 2015?
I remember the day. What's your question, sir?
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Murphy was inside of Jeffrey Williams' home? And you know what I'm talking about in Sandy Springs, Georgia?
Mm-hmm.
All right, on that date.
I never stated he was inside the home.
And I wasn't trying to say you did. In fact, Mr. Murphy was arrested outside the home. Is that fair to say?
That's what I stated, yes.
Outside the crime scene tape. Fair to say?
Yes.
And do you have any evidence to share with the jury that Mr. Murphy was ever inside of Jeffrey Williams' Sandy Springs home?
Why would there be evidence to say he was in the house? I never stated that, implied that.
Fine.
That he was inside his home.
All right. Now, Jeffrey Williams did host or a fundraiser, had a fundraiser for Jimmy Winfrey. Is that fair to say? Remember that Free Roscoe campaign you talked about with the hat?
Yes.
That Mr. Murphy was wearing?
Yes.
And that was on Mr. Williams' social media post?
It was on a lot of YSL members' posts.
And it had a lot of, I'm not limiting to this, but shirts were made?
There's a lot of merchandise made. Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing like that for Mr. Stevens, right?
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
Nothing like that for Mr. Murphy?
No, sir.
All right. Now, I want to go back if you don't mind. On the music videos, you said you saw Jeffery Williams music videos, or some of them at least.
Are you speaking specifically
I will
about
speak
something?
specifically.
Yeah.
Are you, do you remember seeing a music video entitled Blood where Donovan Thomas was in that music video?
I don't recall the title, Blood. You showed me the video, but I don't recall the actual title being Blood.
Okay, we'll do that in 1 minute if that's okay.
Okay.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions, okay? Are you aware that Mr. Thomas was in a music video with Jeffery Williams dated December 29, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor, date as to the date, whether it was posted or made in the
I'll stay as the form, Mr. Steele. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay. Are you aware of a video made the day prior to December 29, 2014 and posted on December 29, 2014 of Blood, Mr. Thomas, Donovan Thomas and Jeffery Williams video? Are you aware of that?
I think you just asked me if I saw the video Blood. Are we talking about the same video?
Yes, I'm going to show it to you.
I can't comment on that because I'm not sure of the video that you're speaking of.
All right, I'm going to show you two videos just to save time.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to ask you the same question first, and then if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you, okay?
Okay.
Are you aware of a video that was made just prior to, and when I say that, within the day or two, November 20th, 2014 freestyle, where Mr. Donovan Thomas was in Jeffery Williams' video, music video?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to some facts not in evidence and to a compound portion.
And just for clarity for the chat, yes, Detective Gaither listed Bumble as one of the apps she was familiar with when it came to social media, even though she described social media being a new thing in 2015, and they were just figuring out how they could possibly look at stuff that was put on social media in the course of their investigations. So yes, Bumble was one of the apps that came off the top of her head that she was using and had experience with.
I'm saying, have you personally observed a music video rather, Jeffery Williams freestyle Donovan Thomas was in?
Is this the same video you were talking about previously?
Second one, different song.
I don't recall the title. If you show me the video, I can tell you if I'm familiar with it.
Do it. And that would be made, because I would get an objection,
Okay.
just days prior to November 20th, 2014. Does that help
I
you?
would object based on the witness's lack of knowledge,
The-
foundation.
I'm trying to refresh your memory.
I'll stay the question.
Does it refresh your memory that that video was made 2 days prior to November 20, 2014?
Does not refresh my memory.
You need to see them. Fair to say?
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Steele refreshing the witness's memory with some other evidence.
Yeah, you got to, well, you can use anything, Mr. Steele, but it needs to be shown. So,
Okay. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach
yes.
with his laptop? Detective, is it okay, Mr. Kokomo approach?
Sure.
Well, tell us what exhibit you're, or what you're showing.
Your Honor, we'll mark it.
So it's a state, yeah.
They have it.
Okay, you got it, but you got to mark it for the purpose of the record,
I'm
so,
about to.
okay? All right.
Yeah. 221A is Blood. 221B is freestyle.
There's no way, Fletch.
While they're doing that, can I ask you a couple other questions?
Sure.
Were you familiar with a movie? I asked you a couple questions about a movie. I'm going to be more specific. A movie named Gangsta Party being made in and around January 2015, beginning January, with Mr. Donovan Thomas, Jeffery Williams.
I'm not aware of a movie made with Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas.
He's going to show you the,
Yes, sir.
and you can watch the whole thing if you need to, but I have if you want to, I have a certain,
To the commentary, Your Honor.
not commenting. I'm asking a
Well,
question.
you are, but you just, until she says that's something else, you are accommodating, okay? So just give me a minute, give her a minute.
And thank you so much. I want to make sure I get it right. Is it Alicia or Alicia? But thanks for spending your Sunday with us, Kat. No problem. So glad you guys are here.
And Mr. Kokomo, for the record, what are you showing? Which, is it 221A blood?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, it's being shown to Detective Gaither.
Detective, let us know when you're finished with 221 Alpha, okay?
Okay. Is that the same video?
No, this is the second one.
Oh, no, I was saying okay to the judge when he said let him know. I wasn't done
Okay,
watching.
have you seen 221 Alpha already, madam?
This second one, I think I've seen. The first one, he switched to the second video.
This is the first one, 221A.
Can you play it a little more, please?
Yep.
Okay, let us know when he finishes playing 221 Alpha.
I don't recall this one. The second one I did. This one I've seen before.
This is 221B.
Okay, so Detective, are you moving to 221B at this point in time?
Yes, the second video I've seen. The first one I don't recognize.
So 221A you do not recognize?
If that's the first one, yes, sir.
Okay, 221B Bravo you do recognize.
Your Honor, and I apologize, made an error. It's 222, not 221. I apologize.
All right.
Bodie, so
And
right
do you
when
know
she was taking the
or
stand, Love said
recognize
she
that video
couldn't show her
was
face for security
made and
purposes.
displayed around November
Which one,
20th.
sir? Which one?
The B. I thought that's the only one that we're talking about.
Okay.
The second one, the one that you recognize is what I'm
Yes,
talking
sir.
Did you know or recognize that as being made and displayed on YouTube November 20th, 2014?
I don't know what date and time, year.
Would it refresh your memory to see the date and time?
You can show me, but I don't recall it being around that time. I'm not sure of when it was.
That's fine. Okay. Do you know Donovan Thomas to be in that video, music video? Did you see him in there?
The clip that this gentleman just showed me?
Or from your memory, or we'll show you the clip?
I don't remember him being in the video. When he showed me, I remember seeing the actual video before, but to say Mr. Thomas was in it, I'm not certain.
Okay. Your Honor, can we play 222B? I move to admit it into evidence, first of all.
John.
Madam, any objection to Defendant Williams, 222 Bravo? All right.
Just staring at her the whole time. Heck yeah, everyone's holding their breath for tomorrow. Everyone's excited for tomorrow, at least the afternoon.
Call it freestyle. Your Honor, would you allow me to, the state's having a hard time with their internet connection. Would you allow Mr. Kokomo to approach again, show the state?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that?
Thank you.
And then Nick Starro is back home. I'm about to drop the link to his back home travel, I almost said channel, video.
You're gonna play it. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo display 222B?
As soon as the state's had an opportunity to look at it.
They have, I believe, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have no objection to 220, to defendant Williams 222 Bravo.
I'll also move for the admission of 222A. I understand what the witness said, but if the state has no objection, I'll move for
I'm
that too.
going to, I'll admit, defendant Williams 222 Bravo, and then maybe close as you see fit.
And I don't, yeah.
All right, so Mr. Steele, as to, you're trying to tender, defendant Williams 222 Alpha?
Yes, self-authenticating.
Any objection to defendant Williams 222 Alpha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Foundation, basis she does not recognize.
I agree, she did not recognize
I'll
it.
sustain the objection, sir,
Okay.
at this point.
Okay. It should come up on your screen, and I'm particularly interested, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to stop. We can watch the whole thing, but at 20 seconds. So it'll just be the first 20 seconds. And then I want to ask you if you recognize people in that screen, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll just start at the beginning just for consistency. By the way, before it even starts, are you familiar with where this is filmed?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, starting from the beginning, Your Honor. Right there. See that gentleman in the white?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who that is?
That appears to be Donovan Thomas.
Okay. Now, there's audio to this too. Do you want to hear the audio or you need to hear the audio?
To identify Mr. Thomas?
I guess
No,
not.
I don't need to hear the audio.
Okay. Now, how does it fit into, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Your Honor, it stopped at approximately 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
How does it fit into this gang war that began at least by October 2014, as you describe it, and Mr. Williams' music video, November 20th, 2014, which is now in 222B with Mr. Thomas in it? Can you explain it to the jury?
I believe I stated my starting point and looking back for retaliatory shootings was October. I believe you said this started in October. The gang war started in October. As I already clarified, that was my starting point, which was October.
Why would they? Look at his face. Look at his twinge.
Did you not tell this jury that at least by October 2024, there was this back and forth gang war going on?
I don't believe I said that. I stated that was my starting point to look back at cases, calls for service, shooting calls. October was my start date.
All right. Now, I just want to make sure that I understand something.
Yes, sir.
I heard it with, when you were speaking with Mr. Shardt.
Carried by Mr. Steele.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
When you were speaking with Mr. Shardt about DS-13, do you remember that?
About what?
DS-13, he asked you about an email exchange. You and I emailed.
The email. I didn't know what DS-13 was. Yes.
So this was Brian Steele asking to meet with Detective Gaither, and Gaither ends up bailing.
Sure.
And she wasn't very forthcoming when Shardt tried to ask her about this.
Just say I need to refer to it. Now, I requested, and you agreed that we could communicate about this case. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that's typical between lawyers and witnesses or investigators. Fair?
I'm not a lawyer, and I've never communicated or had a Zoom call with any defense lawyer about a case that I was working.
Okay, nothing wrong with that, right?
Nothing wrong with what?
Me speaking with you about your involvement in the case.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
And you were kind enough to agree, right?
I did.
And we memorialized that we were doing it in writing.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't rude of or that's how we were both
No,
busy.
it wasn't rude at all.
And then there was a misunderstanding, according to what you wrote, about when we were supposed to originally speak. It was supposed to be early in the morning, you thought, and I thought it was at 2 o'clock. You remember that?
No, it definitely wasn't a misunderstanding. I stated clear in this email the time that I was available. So it wasn't a misunderstanding on my behalf.
And read what you wrote to me, if you don't mind.
Is there a certain portion?
Wherever you said, hey, I was available in the morning, I spoke with Seth Brown, something like that.
Your Honor, I was checked, this has been admitted as evidence.
I'll move for the admission of I can make it Mr. Williams, but otherwise it's DS 13.
Any objection to DS 13?
No.
DS 13 is admitted.
Your Honor, maybe we show DS 13, then on a screen it'll be easier. You can use it on the screen or right in front of you.
Okay. Which portion are you going to look
And
at?
Your Honor, may we approach this for 1 second?
Yes, you may.
We'll just go from the bottom.
Okay.
And thank you so much, Blue Eyed Hillbilly, for the super chat. It's very nice of you to remind everyone about the like button. It's kind of a pesky thing to click now. You gotta like minimize the chat and then click that like, but then you can come right back. You can come right back. Look at Doug. Look at Doug Weinstein. Let me move my face so you can see it. This reminds me of the long conversation earlier about goodies. And I'm saying goodies like Woody now. Clearing your headache with a quick packet of headache powder from the Citgo gas station. And did this go on for so long that Steele sits down? All right, here we go. And then, hey, everybody tuning in.
You can use the one in front of you. It's easier. It's going to be on your screen as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
And the one on your screen, I just took out for privacy your email address and other personal information, telephone numbers, but it should be the exact identical content, okay?
Oh, so they made sure to do that for Gaither, but not some of the
So
other
this
people
one-
that have been mentioned.
This should be the bottom of DS 13, so it should go back to front is my belief. And you tell me if I'm wrong. And is that the very bottom, sir? Okay, so this is December 13th of 2000, if you could scroll up, Mr. Kokomo. Of 2023, 12:42 afternoon. Do you see that?
Page 5?
Should be the last page, yes, going up.
No, I have 6. Yeah, I believe. Okay.
And you see, my coworker wrote to you, good afternoon, Detective Gaither. I hope that all is well always. Please advise whether you have any availability to meet with Attorney Brian Steele via Zoom between now and 2 p.m. If yes, I will send you a Zoom link instanter. We look forward to hearing from you. Happy holidays, sincerely, and that's my coworker.
Wait, hold on. So, I mean, maybe we'll see clarification on this from the previous thing, but this says between now and 2 p.m. And did Gaither insist that she said she was available at 2 p.m.? Okay, we'll see.
Fair to say?
That a reset?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then if Mr. Kokomo can scroll up and you can follow along also with DS 13. And then you responded at same date, December 18, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you wrote, good afternoon. As I stated to Seth Brown, he's the gentleman who's seated right here, pointed to, correct, with the prosecution.
Okay.
From the DA's office, I would be available early morning today. Unfortunately, as of right now, I am not available to speak with you. I will be leaving town tomorrow for work until Saturday. If it is completely necessary to speak with me, we can try to set something up again another time. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
Okay, and then if you go up to the response. And I wrote to you about 8 minutes later on December 18, 2023, Detective, how are you, family? With question marks. We were instructed that you would be available today from 9 to 5. Please designate the date and time best for you to schedule to, best for your schedule to speak. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. And that's me. Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
And then going up. You responded later that day at 5:29 in the afternoon, same date. And you wrote, I'm not sure who instructed you on those times, but I made it clear I was only available early morning. How does 12:28, 9 o'clock I would take it as AM, but work for you? Fair to say?
That's what it reads, yes, sir.
Okay. So you said about 10 days later.
From what?
Okay. And then
You saying 10 days later from what?
from the 18th of December, we'll have our conference call or Zoom call or meeting.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll up, and then next day at 5:52 in the morning, I wrote to you, perfect Zoom with a question mark, call, question mark, thank you, detective, happy holidays. Fair?
Okay.
Responding to your December 29th date, right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up, you responded to me later that same day, December 19, 2023 at 10:39 in the morning. You said, I'll call you the day of. Please provide a good number. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
And then if you scroll up, I responded on December 19th, 2023, 1:43 p.m. The office number below, okay. And then the office number was there. I redacted it because I redacted all email addresses and phone numbers and addresses. Fair?
Okay.
You have it on yours.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll up, you wrote okay at 2:08 p.m., December 19th.
Okay.
And then if you scroll up, Mr. Kokomo, then on December 28th, 2023, so the day before we were supposed to meet at 4:10 in the morning, you wrote, good morning, Mr. Steele. I decided not to answer any questions at this time. Hopefully you are able to find answers to any questions you may have in my corresponding police reports. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. That's what it reads.
True?
That's what it reads. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that might be, if you scroll up, that should be the whole exhibit. Okay, so, and that's your right. You don't have to speak with me or anybody else, right?
Absolutely. Correct.
Okay. Now, you gave the jury a date that I took as October 2014 to start the back and forth 22.
Objection as to Mr. Steele testifying about what he understood.
When did, tell the jury if it wasn't October 2014, now, when did the gang war that you described start?
So we're no longer talking about this email?
That was it.
That's it? Oh, okay. Could you read your question, please? I got a little confused. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other examiners have anything? Mr. Weinstein? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams?
And it's getting started.
All right, so now we are going to get into some redirect. So Love has some stuff she's going to try to clean up. Let's see how she does.
I will object to ask and answer. I sustain the objection.
Oh, I missed the first one already.
Question earlier. When was it that they asked you on Gaither? I'm gonna start where.
Why was she doing all this while like walking? How long did it take her to get to this podium?
Sergeant Gaither, I'm gonna start where Mr. Steele stopped. When he asked you on cross-examination, when was it that the gang war that you were describing earlier started? Would you please answer the question for the jury, to the best of your recollection, when it was that the gang war between YSL and if gang started?
I sustain the objection.
Yep. Thank you so much, Black Butterfly. Perfect, perfect. Got him. Like, you are trying to stop Shardt with so many questions all day, asked and answered. And then your very first question, which is something really important for you to clean up, you get a taste of your own medicine, and the judge sustains it.
And you were asked by Mr. Steele about your tenure with the Atlanta Police Department.
Bless you.
Bless you. When you left the Atlanta Police Department, did you go to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
What was your position there?
I was an investigator.
And what caused you to want to leave the Atlanta Police Department to go work as an investigator with the DeKalb DA's office?
No.
Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection, sir. Answer it, madam, if you can.
Yes, sir. I was no longer happy with our leadership at Atlanta Police Department, the direction they were going, and I had enough time to retire. So, it was my choice on whether I stayed or leave, so I left.
How long did you stay at the DeKalb DA's office as an investigator?
A couple of months.
Did you work in any particular unit?
I believe it was major crime.
Would that have involved gang cases and homicides as well?
Yes.
And
These
after
are
a couple of
embarrassing.
months, did you?
These are embarrassing things to have to clean up. These are questions that should have been established clearly on your direct. And you're struggling to clean it up on redirect. Why did you leave a place of work? When did the thing that you were investigating forever start popping off?
You go to another law enforcement agency?
No.
Or return to the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
Okay. After you retired from the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, did you return to law enforcement in any capacity?
Objection to that form of the question.
I'll rule, sir.
Seems facts that are not necessary.
Sir, Mr. Matthews, I've already ruled on your objection, okay? So please sit down. Mr. Steele?
Ask next.
I sustain that objection.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Defense Williams, DS number 13, the email. To the best of your recollection, does that email that he put before you contain all of the correspondence between you two?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? If you can recall, generally speaking, what is it that your memory tells you was left out of that exhibit as it pertains to the email correspondence between you and Mr. Steele?
To the best of my recollection, I did give him, again, a date and a time that I would be available. I don't recall reading that in here. If I did, my mistake for missing it. But I did provide him with a date and time that I was available. I do travel for my job, so I'm not just sitting
How do you
around
not
waiting for
recall if
anybody
it
to
was
call me.
complete, but you remember something was left out?
And that communication was never made between him and I, of him, during that date and time. So, again, I was on the road at this time. I was actually in Oklahoma City working, and it was time difference.
You were on the
It
road
just didn't
again, but
work
you
with my
said you were
schedule.
going to be out of town.
Do you have an objection, sir?
Yes, I'm going to strike it as non-responsive because that's all in there. It said Mr. Williams,
Your Honor,
yes, 13, that's all in there.
I'll overrule your objection, sir.
Thank you. Did Mr. Steele, to the best of your knowledge, make any efforts to meet you during the times that you said you were available before you told him that he would have to speak with you in court?
I'm not certain of that. I know just my final answer was, I didn't want to meet with him, which is my right.
Say that again?
Which is my right. I just changed my mind.
Okay. You were played on cross-examination, State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo. And you were asked about voices in the background. So that the record is clear, whose face is shown on the first portion of State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha?
Ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Is there any other face shown on this video?
Objection.
Your Honor, I have not asked that question and the record does not reflect it.
I'll hold that objection, sir. You can answer it, madam, if you can.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to share the screen for the face shot.
As to what exhibit, madam?
State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha. My apologies.
This is crazy.
Sergeant, you
This is crazy. She's trying to insinuate that because only one person's face is visible on the video, that, the jury should just unwind Brian Steele's whole line of questioning about there being another voice speaking in the background. And this is April 29th, you guys, of this year, April 29th. Fast forward to August of this year, present day. Love is still trying to make arguments about there not being voices in the background of this video. Like, what? And thank you so much, Legally Brown Girl. Right on point here. Welcome back. Legally Brown Girl says, "Hey chat, I'm back, trying to play catch up, so I'm on point tomorrow. Oh, detectives, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." And yeah, and it's interesting because it was Thorpe that Woody said was the one with the squirrel brain. But, I don't know, it kind of seems to be Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe all together. Let's see what Love tries to clean up about this 17-second. I feel like I've spent an hour of my life watching this 17-second video.
say not that you recall. Does looking at State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha refresh your memory as to whose, if anyone's, face is on the screen besides Defendant Williams? Or better
You
yet,
mean here in a larger part, the video
yes.
portion?
Yes. Do you see anyone's face besides Mr. Williams?
Not on this clip right here.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about words that were said in the beginning. For the record, does a portion where Mr. Williams begins to speak appear to start at the beginning? And I can play it for you.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Having heard State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha, you were asked on cross-examination about the voice at the very end, snitching bitches.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with a YSL person calling himself Mooktoon?
Yes.
Is his name Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Do you see his handle anywhere on State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha? His social media handle?
Yes.
And next to his social media handle, do you see any words?
Yes.
What are those words?
You snitching, B word.
Okay.
Spelled a little different, but
Is it you snitching bitches?
yes, ma'am.
Are there C's in the snitching?
The way it's normally spelled, yes.
Is there a C in the snitching on this posting?
It's not.
Is there a C in the bitches?
She's going into the
normal way to spell,
comments.
yes.
Is there a C in this posting of the word bitches?
No, ma'am.
What letter, if any, or what number, what character replaces the C in snitching?
X.
And what letter or character replaces a C in bitches?
X.
Is the language to the right of the handle at YSL_Tunk consistent with the person you hear speaking at the very end of the video?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Steele also asked you about the sequencing of the voices that we heard. Listening to the video, State's Exhibit 112 Bravo Bravo Alpha, which comes first? The "you need to get killed, bro," that's from me and YSL, or the snitching bitches?
I believe you need to get killed first. YSL.
I'll object.
Basis, sir.
You have to speak for itself. It's been played.
I sustain the objection.
is the way that Mr. Steele asked you on cross about the content of this video, the way that it appears in the video so that the record is clear?
I don't understand the question. I object.
I'm gonna sustain the question. I'm gonna sustain the an objection on other grounds.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Steele ask you about the video, was the language that he relayed to you in the sequence you recall hearing it on the video?
Yes.
Okay.
From the portions that I can hear, like some of it appeared to be muffled, some of the questions that he was asking, so I don't know where certain terms fell.
You were asked as well, when you were asked about the video that was admitted as Defense Exhibit 222 Bravo, the video called Freestyle. You were asked on cross whether you know when that was made. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Do you have any way of even knowing when it was made?
No, I do not.
Okay. So are you able to agree with or say, as Mr. Steele did, that it was made in November 2014?
I have no way of verifying that. I mean, I don't work for a production company or anything like that to verify the date, so there's no way to refute what he said.
Your Honor, may I ask Mr. Kokomo if he would play the entirety of 22 Defense Exhibit 222 Bravo with the sound?
John, while he's queuing up, can we approach them?
Yes, you may, sir.
Whisper, whisper, whisper. Figure it out, State. Look at them trying to figure something out. I mean, this might be long, actually. They've had so many sidebars over this issue.
20. Okay, the court would like to hear the audio portion of Defendant Williams 222 Bravo. So if you could cue that up so I can listen to it.
Got a court commission. I'd ask Mr. Copeland to go ahead and cue that up.
Okay, so did they just give up on that? Did I miss something? Let me go back to right when they...
Portion of...
Okay.
Okay, the court would like to hear the audio portion of Defendant Williams 222 Bravo. So if you could cue that up so I can listen to it.
Got a court commission. I'd ask Mr. Copeland to go ahead and cue that up and play Defense 222 Bravo. Dr. Jones. Sorry.
All right.
Guess we're just moving on to a separate audio that I might have to mute.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
All right, they're gonna play a song. And then again, Donovan Thomas is in the white polo. And what I'm curious about is this Love trying to be able to ask something about this video? I don't remember this when it actually happened. I could probably look up the lyrics. I love that the captions are just music. Are some of the people in this video short, or are they, like, young? Because there were some people that look like maybe they were, like, kids or not adult aged in the frame while they're all standing outside. And remember, we're only muting it because it's YouTube, but Glanville said he wants to be able to hear the audio. Glanville just wanted to watch the video. He said, I'm bored. Alright, so they're probably going to try to take some of these lyrics and say they talk about what they do when there's a beef. Yeah, and this was November of 2014, and then Nut was killed in January of 2015. January 10th. Oh.
Fuck 'em. Let the people wait.
All right.
So, Your Honor, we will defer to the court's ruling regarding the sound. We only ask that Mr. Copeland allow us the timestamps in the video where we see the person known as Bloody J, the person known as Bloody Man, Murder Man, and the person known as Rich Homie Quan appears in the video. With that, we don't have to play the sound. You can leave the sound out, but we'll defer to the court's ruling.
All right. Mr. Steele?
Have 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, and it's also Bloody J's in here, so isn't there like some chain of beef involving Bloody J too?
That's fine, Your Honor. We need just a couple of minutes if you don't mind recess. That's fine. Those knowledge.
All right, if you'll get with the state and figure out which ones, I will just order that no sound be played. You can just stop the video at those time hacks, okay?
Okay.
All right, okay.
Give me a few minutes.
We'll be in recess for another 5 minutes, okay? All right.
So you guys might be right that they want to just, show the visuals, because the state just conceded after all that. Because I think the state was trying to get in the lyrics also, though, because Glanville said he wanted to hear them. Maybe the defense was arguing, we want you to play the lyrics with it. But it sounded like Love was just like, oh, it's fine, we don't actually need the lyrics, as if she was the one that wanted it. But who knows? Love does change her mind like that a lot, so...
So if you could go ahead and take your seats. So do we get the time markers?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? We good for time markers?
I left it up to the state. Mr. Kokomo said yes.
Okay, all right. Let's bring in our witness, please. All right, some of our jurors, please start neighboring.
You got one more? Yes. Oh, yeah, you got one more.
Okay.
Okay, so.
All right, Counsel, you may proceed when.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a moment, and I'm going to just ask Mr. Kokomo if he would play Defense Exhibit 222 Bravo without sound for the first 20 seconds. First 50 seconds, my apologies. Would you please stop it there, Mr. Copeland? Back it up, right there. Sergeant, do you know who that is displayed prominently in the front of the video at this point?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Brian Williams, aka Baby.
Is he known by any other names?
Birdman.
Is he affiliated with any particular gangs?
Whoa. Foundation. Oh, sorry, objection, foundation.
I sustain the objection.
To your knowledge, does Birdman self-affiliate based on what you just see in his postings and sayings? Does he self-affiliate with any particular gang?
Objection to lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay compensation clause.
Overrule, sir.
The Bloods.
Continue, please, Mr. Copeland. Could you please? Do you know who this is with the black and white shirt and the sunglasses in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Who is that person?
The rapper, Rich Homie Quan.
And continue, Mr. Copeland. Who is the person in the page? Just a moment ago, was you right here?
Without the shirt or the?
Without a shirt.
That's the same, the rapper, Rich Homie Quan.
Okay. Continue, please. Stop. Pause. Would you rewind about 2 seconds? Stop. Would you please tell the jury who the person standing behind and to the slight left of the most prominent person is in this video with the red bandana around his head?
That's Justin Ushery. He's a local rapper, also known as Bloody J.
And is he affiliated with any particular gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Inglewood family.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. That's all I have for you. You were asked on cross-examination about the time that this video was shot. Can you tell the jury whether at any time after January 10, 2015, you ever saw members of YSL perform with members of IF gang again?
No, I did not.
You were also asked on cross-examination whether you have any evidence that Walter Murphy felt that Thug owed him something. Do you recall that? Or something to that effect?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury in your August 18, 2015 interview, and Your Honor, I'd like to just display that for the jury with the court's permission, of course.
Which exhibit is it, madam?
It is exhibit number
Buffering.
105 Bravo, the August 15, 2015 interview. 105 Bravo, Your Honor.
That's been admitted. If it's a digital file, it's been admitted already.
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
And did Whitaker say this? Because this just sounds like a directed verdict. This doesn't sound like anything nefarious. But Judge, or maybe JDG, is saying, Kat, you have to find where Whitaker says the case is under her control, and it doesn't have to be decided by the jury, but by her if the proof isn't there. So this sounds like a directed verdict to me, where once the state rests their case, they're done with their case in chief. If there isn't sufficiency of evidence, there's not enough evidence there to prove the underlying elements of the charge acts in this indictment, the judge could issue a directed verdict. Whether I think it's even on the table that she'll do that, no, I really don't. But this sounds like something in line with a directed verdict, not just something nefarious or weird.
Sergeant, I'm going to put up on the screen really quickly. Starting, Your Honor and Counsel, at 2 hours, 34 minutes and 9 seconds in, I'm sharing the screen.
Right.
Sure, you have an objection?
Question was, except for what Mr. Murphy said during the interrogation, do you have any evidence? So this does not do anything for impeachment on this record.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele did not, that particular
Too many
statement,
loves.
and given that he opened the door into the things that Mr. Murphy and others have said and expected from Jeffery Williams, the portion of this video that I'm about to play, as well as July,
But it's been asked and answered. I'm gonna sustain on other grounds. It's been asked and answered, so let's move on.
yes, Your Honor. When Walter Murphy said to you that he had done so much shit for Thug to the point where he didn't have to do anything else, did you know what he was talking about?
Objection.
Basis.
Testifying, and you are just sustaining the objection.
It's been asked and answered already too, Ms. Love. So let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Factual lie, that
You were
seems like it would be the
asked on
timing.
cross-examination about what was said in the jail call, the booking call from Walter Murphy to Erica on the day that Walter Murphy was arrested for the April shooting of Dexter Montgomery. You were asked by Mr. Steele whether Walter Murphy said something about seeing if Thug would raise or have a fundraiser. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about the conversation taking place between Trontavia Stevens and Rodney Allison on 8/2 of 2015, do you recall being asked about the person they referred to as Rapper Boy?
Yes.
At any point in that call, did you hear either party refer to Rapper Boy as either Jeffery Williams or Young Thug or anything like that that would give an indication of who Rapper Boy was?
I believe at some point during the conversation, Mr. Stevens did use the name Thug.
And did he say explicitly that Thug was Rapper Boy?
I don't believe he did.
Do you know why Mr. Steele has asked you about them talking about Rapper Boy? Do you know or have any information as to why people would not just use Jeffery Williams or Young Thug's name if they're referring to Jeffery Williams or Young Thug?
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Could you say definitively that Rapper Boy was Jeffery Williams as you listened to that call?
Not definitively. In context, yes, but not definitively.
Were there other persons who deemed themselves rappers within the group YSL during that time?
I asked and answered also vague for what time?
During August of 2015.
I sustain this form. You can rephrase.
You were also asked regarding the snitching bitches and y'all need to get killed video, if you knew how many people were in the video by Mr. Steele. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
I object before the question. I never asked. I asked how many in the room.
Yeah, I'd object to testify.
That's my objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Who was the main speaker on that video?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shardt about your files that contain the information displayed in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you leave a unit or when you leave the Atlanta Police Department and you're promoted to sergeant within that police department, are you allowed to take and continue to investigate the files that you had as a gang unit investigator?
Objection.
I'm sorry, but even if you clarify why there's a good reason she didn't have reports, there is no coming back from Gaither saying she was so unaware of social media pictures with Jeffery Williams and Donovan Thomas clearly being in the same place as one another, collaborating on projects with one another, when she said her investigation involved working backwards, looking back for different leads and using social media to do it. There's no way to come back from that. Reports or not, she still didn't know of crucial things.
That's the form when you leave the Atlanta Police Department.
I sustain the objection.
As you were promoted to a sergeant in Zone 1, were you permitted or allowed to keep investigating the gang unit cases that you worked as a gang unit investigator?
I wouldn't say you're not allowed, but I didn't. I mean, I had a new focus.
And when you took the job at the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office, was there any reason you would take those files with you?
DeKalb County's files?
No, I'm sorry. The gang unit file that was related to Walter Murphy.
Objection asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 120, 121. And Your Honor, I'll make certain that defense knows which exhibit is 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 118, and 119.
We'll go through them in sequential order if you wouldn't mind.
My apologies.
118.
118, Bravo, Bravo.
118, Bravo, Bravo.
Yes, 119, Bravo, Bravo.
Okay.
120, Bravo, Bravo.
All right. What else?
121, Bravo, Bravo. And just so that defense can see how they've been marked, they've been provided.
All right, well, just show them and then we can proceed from there.
Yes. 118, 119, 120, 120.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object right now to you approaching witness for these documents. I can state reasons now or I can throw.
Your Honor.
Can I see them, please?
Yes. May I approach again?
Just hand them to Wes. All right, I'll see them.
And Your Honor, what we are not doing is
Thank you.
taking this concept.
Okay.
And Ashley, Gaither left in 2020, same time as Dennis and a bunch of others.
Sergeant Gaither.
Yeah, and I think let's read what Ashley, our resident chat genius, is laying out here. Remember, Steele said the state didn't give him the other jail calls and he is using them for impeachment. Because remember, he wants to make sure he is ready. They're going to call Gaither back, it seems like, because the state still has Gaither under subpoena in case they want a recall. And Steele wanted to be added to that subpoena and have the right to call Gaither as well. Ashley says, I think the defense has a Brady violation with Woody in their back pocket. So, what are we thinking here? Because now, in those interviews that we're looking back at, what is this, day 68? I think it's day 68. While Steele was questioning Gaither, he pulls up these emails, this email correspondence he had with Gaither. And Gaither mentions police interviews. Steele has that put into the record. I think this is interesting. This is very interesting, Ashley. This is very interesting.
you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shardt about the reports that you wrote during the course of your investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the information that you have been shown during the course of this trial, including the lineups and the recorded interviews, do they make up what your report ultimately summarized?
This is a summary of my actual report, yes.
And after you finished with your investigation into this case, did you give a copy of your file to the complaint room at the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And did that copy of the file contain the lineups?
Objection, what case, when you finish, what case?
Yeah, I'll also sustain objection, plus it's been asked and answered now.
Yes. The Dexter Montgomery shooting, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shardt about the video that contained the surveillance video with the 4 squares in it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked by Mr. Shardt about guns in the victim's vehicle, the blue car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did either the victims or either suspects ever give you any reason to believe that a gun was pulled on the suspects you later, bless you, Your Honor, the suspects that you charged in this case?
No indication was given, no.
And you were asked about the call from Walter Murphy to Erica, wherein he indicated they want me to tell. Do you recall being asked about that? The call from Walter Murphy, the booking call to his girlfriend, Erica?
Yes.
Have you ever heard, or did you ever hear Walter Murphy say they want me to tell a lie?
No.
Okay. And did you ever hear him say anything like they want me to set up other people?
I sustain the objection.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not the occupants of the blue car ever got any gas or went inside the store. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Shardt that question?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, do you recall who it was that was standing at the door when Mr. Davis walked up to the store?
I believe Mr. Treadwell
Okay.
was standing at the front.
No, that's not evidence.
Your Honor, the video is in.
I'll rule the objection.
The statement of the evidence.
I'm sorry, sir?
The statement of the evidence.
Your Honor, the witness can testify.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
Okay. While you were looking at the video, you were asked by Mr. Shardt questions about when the Dodge Nitro or when the victim's vehicle pulled up and a person getting out of the Pontiac going to the victim's vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
At any point, does anyone from the victim's vehicle do the same thing to the suspect's car?
Later on in the video, yes.
And at that time, could you observe the demeanor between the person from the victim's vehicle and the person from the suspect's car?
Yes.
And was that person Tina Clark?
Yes.
And would you describe the demeanor of the person from the victim's vehicle and the Miss Tina Clark as they stood there talking?
Your Honor, objection. Not outside the tent of jurors.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. I'm gonna sustain Mr. Steele's objection. So, let's move on. Asked and answered.
Why did you were asked on cross-examination about the phone calls that you made with Kenneth Copeland between January 10th and February and March of 2015? Do you recall being asked questions about those phone calls?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury whether there was any particular reason why you had these phone calls with Kenneth Copeland?
I mean, I wasn't calling him. He was calling me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take out my screen share and ask you this. couple more questions. What is it? And as I wrap up, were you personally involved in a gang case involving Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell back in 2000?
Faces.
Outside the scope cross, also the relevant, also outside the scope of the indictment, probably for B.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
Were you personally involved in a gang case involving Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell that occurred in January of 2010? And Your Honor, it is a self-authenticating document that has already been used.
You can.
Right, so they're gonna approach on this inquiry. And we'll see more about this tomorrow. I don't think it ends here.
All right, who's the state planning on calling next?
Yes, sir.
After Detective hear about Miss Love lie. That was okay. Okay, all right. First, let me clarify something I said in the bench earlier about Miss Love lie. That was not what I intended to say. What I intended to say was that counsel's estimations as to time, and that includes all of you, my historical experience has been that is not true in terms of estimations. Meaning that if you tell me it's 10 minutes, it's probably going to end up being 30 minutes or more. So given the hour, it's 5 o'clock, we're going to close for the day. But, okay, anything else before we recess for tomorrow?
Your Honor, are you at liberty to tell us the time for Wednesday that you may or may not end? Your tentative, still we're just trying to figure out witness schedule.
It will probably be around 3:30 or thereabouts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Steele?
With the court's permission, we were given, no doubt, a upcoming witness list by the state. They gave that to us probably 2 weeks ago, I would estimate. We thank them. Can we just get some direction on who's the next?
Who's the next witness?
And who may be the witness thereafter, just because, there's about 7 people or maybe more, maybe 9 people on there.
All right, who's the state planning on calling next?
Yes, sir.
After Detective Gaither's finished.
Yes, Your Honor, the state intends to call Officer Finney with the Atlanta Police Department, Ms. Sharon Lantners again from APD 911 Communications, Mr. Alvin Lewis, and then Ms. Investigator Tyrone Dennis and Detective David Racy. So those should be our next.
So I doubt we'll get through all those this week.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so, yes, sir.
I have one other issue. You mind, I'm not trying to plow the field a second time. I respect your rulings. That's a 2010 case. Our indictment starts in 2012, and it impacts Mr. Williams. I know he's not involved in that document and the question asked to Detective Gaither about Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Copeland, but Mr. Copeland is potentially a huge witness in this case, and it really dirties up a person who the state is alleging is a co-conspirator. And I just ask you if it's okay. I don't know how that's not just pure character, and I would just ask the court to propensity. And it does an association. I heard what the state said. You don't need association. There's so much association between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Copeland, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Demikian Garlington. So I asked the court under 403 as well. You would, before we get it tomorrow, possibly would reverse that ruling. I'm not trying to argue or bring it up again. I just want to, it's very prejudicial.
Your Honor, the indictment that I referred to has already been admitted as evidence. It was admitted as evidence in February. We actually referenced the charges and the parties. Then we did not specifically engage the witness at the time about Mr. Copeland's relationship with Mr. Stillwell. But given that we have said in our indictment and continuously throughout this trial that this is an association, YSL is an association of individuals that began prior to the date that YSL was formed, and given that there is the constant rebuttal of that information regarding it being the criminal street gang that they are, a music group that they don't hang out with each other, I'm certain there will be arguments about bias or Mr. Copeland's reason for saying what he did. Establishing a relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Stillwell through a witness who has firsthand knowledge of that. We believe is relevant and not substantially more prejudicial than probative, given the charge that is count one and the elements that we are required to prove.
Okay, but here's the thing as well, Ms. Love, and you all need to start thinking about it as well. Some of the stuff's becoming cumulative of things that have been testified to or going to be testified to. So at some point in time, I am going to go ahead and reconsider that under that basis. So I just kind of ask you to think about that, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether or not you need it or not. So, Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your objection, but I will keep an eye out for other things,
Can I
okay?
clarify one thing as well regarding what Mr. Steele just said?
About what? He said a few things. What do you want to clarify?
That certified conviction was admitted for a very limited purpose, and that was to establish Mr. Stillwell's convicted felon status, which we have repeatedly said we're willing to stipulate to. So,
Okay, but
so that's the limited
the state doesn't have to agree to a stipulation.
I understand that, Your Honor, but it was admitted for that purpose and that purpose only, not to show association, not to show the underlying facts of the conviction, not to do any of those things. When they're saying it's already been admitted, it was admitted for a very limited purpose. And that's it. And now they're trying to bootstrap the admission for that limited purpose to get into all this other highly prejudicial aspects of this case and of that case from 2010. And that's why it has no probative value beyond its very limited purpose, and it's highly prejudicial. So the 403 balancing test weighs heavily.
Well, it does go to association. So, and for the limited purpose that you just said. So that it was admitted back, I want to say February.
I have a prediction, Your Honor, that before the state's done presenting their case, we're going to see dozens of videos with Mr. Williams, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Stillwell together in them. That is not needed to prove association.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll rule accordingly. Okay.
Well, it will be too late because they'll already have elicited this objectionable testimony from Investigator Gaither tomorrow morning. That's the problem.
Well, I'll have to rule on it accordingly. I mean, I can't just say that they can't admit it at this point in time. But State, I'd ask you to relook that because it sounds like you are kind of expanding the purpose for the admission of that particular indictment earlier. I can see association, but we don't really need to go through all that again. So can you limit what you're asking tomorrow?
My apologies, Your Honor. Please repeat the last part.
I said, will you limit what you're going to present on that indictment tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. And we will, yes, and I can submit to the court in the parties what I anticipate happening.
Will
court,
she?
Court says no, then we don't do it.
And we're going to watch that and
I have
recross.
one other issue, if Your Honor would give just a minute. We have a unique situation here. We have an investigator, Gaither, who testified that she spoke to certain witnesses and wrote reports about those interviews. Okay, that was her testimony on the stand. I am telling you as an officer of the court, and I think everyone on this side is in agreement. I believe the state's in agreement. In the discovery provided to us, there are no reports that document those interviews with Mr. Davis, with Mr.
Okay, we went through this twice already.
Okay,
So
but
what's your bottom line up front? What are you asking me
Bottom line
for?
is this. The only way to prove that fact would be to to prove a negative would be to admit the entire case file, all sorts of hearsay and everything else. I am asking Your Honor to basically tell the jury what we know and what the state knows.
I'm not going to do that.
And
I'm not going to do that.
142-201.
Look, that's a call they're going to make. You, sir, you have vigorously examined this witness about these reports and the lack thereof and what she did or did not do. And I'm sure that your argument will also bring light to those particular issues. So at this point, I think you've done as much as you can. Now, I told you, if these things surface later on, then we're gonna have a problem. So, and I'll deal with it at that point in time.
I'm not worried about them surfacing later on. My belief is they don't exist. My belief is she lied on the stand about it.
Well, I mean, but that's a credibility determination for the jury to make.
But Your Honor, but you could give a judicial notice instruction to the jurors to at least establish. Now that
I'm not gonna do it. I told you, I'm not gonna do it. You've asked me to do that 3 times already. I'm not gonna do it.
Well, I asked for a stipulation last time.
Yeah, well, I can't enter into, I can't order a stipulation unless parties both agree to it.
And that's why I'm asking for judicial notice, because you can do that unilaterally.
No, I can't, because it has to be of something that, as the old expression goes,
It's not in dispute, and it's not.
well, no,
Discovery, Your Honor.
but it has to be something that would be an ordinary fact, and that's not something that would be an ordinary fact, is your contention and the state's contention. You contend, hey, they don't exist. The states, other parties contend, well, we gave you everything we had. So, and then you can argue that to the jury, and they can decide whether or not they want to believe you or not.
I'm not asking you to give a judicial notice that they don't exist. I'm just asking you to give a judicial notice that they weren't provided to the defense. That's all I'm asking. And
I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. All right. Unless there's anything else. And Mr. Shardt, I also invited you to give me some law on that particular issue. I don't believe you've given me any law as it relates to that. So like I said, I can't do it. I can't do it, and I won't do it at this point in time. So.
Okay, 24-2201, Your Honor.
That's not the same, sir.
Well,
That's not.
okay.
That's not the same. All right. We're going to recess. I'll see y'all in the morning.
Can I give you one case on this?
On what, sir?
That it has to,
That has what?
law. It has to be redacted. And I don't know the number, but the prior conviction to show that Mr. Stillwell is a convicted felon.
Yes.
It has to be redacted as to the predicate offenses if it's requested by the defense. So in this case, I'm requesting, but in this case, Mr. Shardt too. And that's the law in Georgia, and a case just came out in the 11th Circuit. And I'd just like to tell it to you because.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking.
So you're asking for a redaction and then indictment?
And that's why the state said, well, it's in evidence. Yes, it's in.
Yeah, it's in evidence, but it would still be subject to a redaction anyways.
That's it. So then
All right.
get out the gang relation.
Yeah.
Can I cite this?
Yes.
There's a lot, by the way, but it's United States versus Hood, like the hood of a car. And that's 2024 U.S. Appeal. That's U.S.APP. It's Lexus, L-E-X-I-S, 3982. It was decided February 21, 2024. It's the 11th Circuit, and it's in Division 1. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So questions that you're going to ask, Ms. Levin, you will have to, since the defense has asked for redaction, then that would be, but that only applies basically when it goes out. So.
Yeah, in court, it's only for, as you said, possession by
Yes, sir.
predicate, the underlying felony.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I guess the point that I would add is the redaction is meaningless if the state's allowed to ask investigators
I understand.
questions about it.
I understand. Okay. All right.
Right. They're going to continue.
I'm going to figure the questions that they're going to ask and whether or not.
We're going to hear what results on day 30, April 30th, day 69. So if we switch over to that. And we're going to speed it up because we've got Inside the Law starting the show with Andrea Burkhart, guest speaking on the Idaho 4 murders case at 7. Courtney Kramer's going to be on Caleb Bumpus's channel. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Okay.
But we're going to catch this as quick as we can.
The issue that was presented last night before we left was involving the Mr. Stillwell's conviction and its redaction and other uses that the state wishes to get into. The court had an opportunity to think about that this evening, or I should say yesterday evening, this morning. I'm of the opinion that from looking at some case law that while the redactions are fine, that's the only purpose that they're going to be used for. I believe that you have sufficient evidence at this point in time. So I'm not going to permit it any other use other than what the intended redactions for. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And that was part of the reason that I had not sent questions, that I had decided to not pursue that further lunch question. I did want to ask before the jury came out, Your Honor. There were questions asked on cross-examination by one of the counsels or one of the defendants as to Sergeant Gaither's expertise. I would ask that the court, in light of the way that the case law lines out that we have to demarcate, I would ask that for the portion of the questions that I have remaining, that the court demarcate that we will be asking expert opinion testimony, much like when a medical examiner is qualified as an expert. But that medical examiner also personally observes certain facts and certain pieces of evidence. And then that medical examiner at the end gives that medical examiner's opinion. I did not specifically ask, and I intend to, unless the court tells me I cannot, I intend to ask Sergeant Gaither additional, not many, about 10 expert questions based on the cross-examination.
Sir?
First of all, thank you for your consideration of the issue that I raised yesterday. I don't concur with the state that the state held off on asking questions. A very improper question was posed to the witness. The state, if there was a questionable issue.
Okay, what questionable issue? Frame it and be focused on it.
The question was essentially inquiring into Mr. Stillwell pleading guilty to 10 SC 87662 with co-defendant Kenneth Copeland and pleading guilty to gang charges.
Okay, we talked about that yesterday. Remember the bench?
I understand.
Okay, so what additional issues do you want to raise, or is there something else you want to invite attention to?
I'm going to ask something of the court in a second.
What is it? What is it? Bottom line up front.
Okay, I'm going to
What
ask for the state should have checked before asking that question and putting that in the atmosphere. I'm going to ask for a curative instruction that the jurors are to completely disregard the last question posed by the
What
state.
question? What question was that?
Whether Shannon, I can't quote it exactly, but it was inquiring about Shannon Stillwell pleading guilty to gang charges and being charged with Kenneth Copeland.
Okay, and what are you saying is improper about that?
Well, that's exactly what the case law says should not happen. It was the conviction was for a limited purpose. Now, I'll remind the court, the state entered, if I may approach this again, the state entered 3 convictions for my client, 31Q, 30Q, 2Q, and 33Q. They need one conviction, certified conviction, to show that my client is a convicted felon to fulfill the purpose of the stated purpose of these convictions. Over my objection, I can't tell you the date, but when these were entered, over my objection, I offered to stipulate that he's a convicted felon. I said that 3 is too many. They were still allowed in. The facts and the co-defendants are completely irrelevant, and that's the basis of your ruling, I believe, Your Honor. And all I'm asking for—
No, it's not the total basis of my ruling. I'm going to hear from the state as to whether or not the person that they mentioned, is there a separate basis about that? But the conviction, I mean, that's what it says. That's what the charging document says. Then, I mean, I don't know, unless it was redacted as to other things, but I don't believe it was redacted as to people.
Well, Your Honor, I was objecting to the admission, but as Your Honor knows, the way we've been conducting this trial, we've been admitting things in totality and then agreeing that we're going to have to figure out what goes back with the jury later on. Certainly, before the close of, or when evidence closes in this case and we're determining what goes back to the jury or not, I'm going to be asking Your Honor to order the state to draw up a redacted version of this indictment to remove Kenneth Copeland from the indictment, unless there's
a basis for it.
Unless there's a basis for it.
Okay, well, let me hear from the state. Let me see if there's a basis for it. Okay, but as to your other issues in regards to the state getting into other collateral matters, I'm going to sustain that figure, and I think the state's withdrawn their desire to go into anything.
And Your Honor, and I appreciate that. And the only thing I'm asking for is a curative instruction.
I'll decide that whether or not once the state gives me a rationale as to Kenneth Copeland.
Do you need these? No.
All right, so Ms. Lowe, do you understand Mr. Shart's issue in terms of Kenneth Copeland being on the indictment and saying that he's asking for a curative instruction as to that? Is there a legal basis for Mr. Copeland to be on the indictment that goes to the case in your case in chief?
Your Honor, there is, but at this time, again, we're not pursuing further questioning along those lines. As to the redaction, Your Honor, I would ask that the court allow us to more thoroughly get into that argument and that point after we have completed the witness, with the court's permission, after we have completed testimony for the day. The reason that I ask that, Your Honor, is that this evidence has already come out to the jury. What I asked the witness is not evidence. I do not believe that there's a legal basis to strike the question that I asked. The witness did not even answer the question.
But you introduced the question to the witness, and I believe Mr. Copeland's name was mentioned. Is there a separate legal theory about that? Or are you conceding that I should give a curative instruction as to that issue?
I'm definitely not conceding that. There is a separate legal basis for it, Your Honor. When it was first introduced, it was introduced in total. We have the jury has already heard testimony about who is on that indictment. It has actually been displayed for the jury. The fact that they were charged with gang activity is evidence that came out at the time that it was introduced, to the best of my recollection. And at this point, to tell the jury that they should strike or disregard the question that I asked does not properly take into consideration the fact that the question that I asked had to do with evidence that had already been put before the jury a long time prior to now.
All right.
You know, I don't have a clear recollection of whether it was displayed or not, but what I do know, if it was displayed, it was over my objection. So if we
don't know that, did you object? Can you state definitively that you did object?
We approached the bench and we had a conversation
at the time that the earlier indictment was
when the state started, and this is my recollection, but I'm saying this with 99.5% certainty. When the state started introducing my client's certified convictions, I objected, and I objected, and we did it at the bench, Your Honor. And that was for the 3 convictions. I believe they're 31, 32, and 33Q. So if it was done over my objection, I don't know how And there was potentially issues that we're now reconsidering. I don't know. It doesn't make that argument that, well, we did something before that wasn't quite right. So now we have to continue down that road. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think we need to cure it now.
I think we're good, Mr. Shardt. I mean, I understand your argument and what you're saying. Since the state is backing off that, I do believe the jury anyways has information about Mr. Copeland from earlier testimony. I'm not going to, I'm going to deny your motion at this point in time for curative instruction.
And just for the record, Your Honor, based on that denial, I would like to renew my motion for a mistrial.
And your motion has been noted and denied.
Thank you.
Okay, before the next question. All right, so can we call for?
So we are going to get Gaither back on the stand, and we're going to finish this out. We only have, it's not that much longer that they have the rest of redirect, and then Steele does some quick but interesting recross. But there's other streams that are starting soon. I do want to make sure I drop all the links so everyone can attend those if they're trying to. First and foremost is Flesh of the Gods is doing it's going to be YSL content, but it's also going to be a birthday stream approaching. I'm assuming at midnight is when it will actually become birthday, but we'll celebrate now. We'll celebrate tomorrow. So that's this first link. And again, that is going to be 6:30 Pacific and then 9:30 Eastern. That will be starting. Happening a little bit sooner, and I didn't realize when I first announced it that it was it looks like a members only stream, maybe. Now I don't see that it is. I saw someone say it was members only, but it doesn't show that to me when I click for Inside the Laws stream coming up in 6 minutes. If you guys are interested in the Idaho 4 murder trial, Andrea Burkhart is guesting. Andrea Burkhart is great on anything she speaks about, but she's also very, very informed and deeply knowledgeable about the Idaho 4 murders trial. Super insightful. So that is this next link on Inside the Law with Phil Holloway. And that starts in a few moments. And then I saw someone mention AV's going live, but I only see a stream for tomorrow that's scheduled already. So I can see the notification today, but I don't see that AV is going live today. And Kayla Bumpus is having Courtney Kramer on, and that's going to be my third link here. So I will be floating around to those streams tonight. See you guys in there if you follow along, but we're going to speed through the rest of this Gaither stuff and be all caught up on Gaither. And it's okay if you leave to hop into one of those other lives. I don't mind.
Card yours. Hold on.
Can I just make two statements or observations or questions, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Botts.
Good morning to you also. Your Honor,
And what are to frame it, what does it pertain to?
three issues. One, I'd like to have a current CV of this witness. The way it reads now, and I don't know.
Yeah, I believe that Ms. Hilton sent you one last night, which I'll include as the email and the CV as the next court's exhibit in order. That was sent last night. I want to say
It was this morning.
this morning. That was sent this morning, sir, about, oh, wow,
I missed it.
8:45 a.m.
Okay, I missed it. Thank you. I'll look at it right now. And I appreciate it. In addition, two other issues. My notes, and of course, I have to go with the our court reporter, but I don't have Mr. Stillwell's priors being shown or displayed to the jury. I have them admitted into the record and announced what they were. But I don't have any note that it was read on that he was convicted along with Mr. Copeland. So I don't
Maybe the state can tell you that. I can't tell you off the top of my head without doing more research.
I can't.
Ms. Love? Or Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, I would ask that we would, if we needed to get a timestamp or a particular place, that we be allowed to do that after the witnesses have testified, as we're not going into that. But secondly, Your Honor, Sergeant Gaither has personal knowledge in her role as an investigator of the relationship and association between Copeland and Stillwell. So even without referencing the conviction itself, we would, we don't intend to further that line of questioning, but we would be able to ask her about the relationship she is aware of between various members of YSL. That's not what we intend to do, but with Mr. Steele's question, we would have to go look back at the record, and I don't think that at this point that's a endeavor that we should undertake. But I'll do what the court tells me to do.
All right, Mr. Steele.
And the third part is, I'd like specificity. I know you didn't rule, but why are we going backwards on expertise and opinions of this witness. I don't know what the state, I heard their claim, but I don't know what the state is saying, that somehow they now need to redo what they've already done. So they said they have 10 questions or something to that effect, whatever they just said to you, but I'm asking the court to limit and exclude it because it is already, that ship is passed. We can't keep going backwards and then forwards on lay and expert. It's already gained, well, you ruled on it. So that's my final objection.
Yeah, why are we going backwards anyways?
Your Honor, two things. One, we're not going backwards. We're asking.
Well, how come you couldn't ask them when you qualified her as an expert?
Your Honor, in much the same way that we do with medical examiners and other experts that have both a fact knowledge of a certain case and a level of expertise, prior to us asking her about a specific set of facts, we wanted to actually introduce evidence of the facts themselves. We would ask that the court, as Hawkins and Golden Peanut requires, that there's a demarcation, but there's never been a prohibition on the expert testifying both as a fact and as an expert witness.
Yeah, I think Hawkins in the Golden Peanut case more so required that you have to have an expert that's qualified.
Right.
I believe in those cases you did not have your expert was not qualified. So you gave expert testimony to the officer, but he didn't in the Golden Peanut case. But okay. All right, Mr. Steele, I'm subbing to Foundation. We'll see where it goes, okay?
And at least inquire, yes, of course, okay. And the court at least inquire into what, this mystery to me of what this new evidence is that wasn't discussed and somehow now is relevant. Otherwise, all we do is approach the bench. You always are gracious and let us approach it. She's been on the stand with the state, I don't know, 3 days?
Okay, but there's 6 examiners and 7 examiners and a lot of stuff. So,
Just whatever you say, I'll object.
all right, well, what are we going to get into, Ms. Love, anyway? So I can keep things kind of moving.
Yes, Judge. I would ask her, given her background, knowledge, training, and experience, what factors led her to identify, what was it that led her to qualify or classify YSL as a gang?
That's been asked and answered already.
It wasn't, the court did not permit that question. They objected on the basis of her giving the law, and the court
Okay,
did not.
all right,
permit
okay,
that.
all right.
I would ask the witness, what about the April 12th shooting of Dexter Montgomery, what about that caused her to conclude, in her opinion as an expert, what about that particular incident qualifies it as gang activity? What elements did she look at that showed that it was in furtherance of YSL? I did not ask or get to ask that question. They said that she would be giving the law on that. I believe that, just 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see that. Yes, let me see.
And I'm just thinking what I'm thinking what Drea's saying here, that tomorrow better be good because I'm missing Carnival for it. Well, I'm thinking of those silent discos where you can put on headphones and listen to whatever you want. So imagine you're at a silent disco, everyone has their own music playing, but you're just listening to Kenneth Copeland cross-examination walking around. That's how you got to do it, Drea.
And that's generally the questions regarding her expertise or her opinion as an expert be getting into. What about this crime led her or leads her to conclude, or does she believe that this crime was in furtherance of a gang? What gang does she, in her expert opinion, based on her knowledge, training, experience, does she believe that this crime was done in furtherance of? And what about this crime led her to that conclusion? Those are the expert questions that I intend to get into.
All right. Bless you. Mr. Weinstein? Mr. Weinstein, can you approach, please?
Dang, this was only April. This is the end of April. All right, we've got a sidebar.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, Honorable Keith Adams told me that he remembers these questions being asked. You sustained objections, and we moved on.
That was before she was qualified as an expert, though. But anyways, yes.
No, you need the qualification first.
Yeah.
Before any question. Second of all, Your Honor, this is just what I asked you before, and I know you said we're going to safeguard it. Detective Belknap has testified that, over objection, that YSL is a criminal street gang. We don't need those questions again. 1, 2, this witness testified that YSL is a criminal street gang, and she named people in it. And over objection, actually mistrial at the bench that I made, along with everyone else, I'm not excluding anyone. She actually said that the April 12, 2015 incident, that's the Mr. Montgomery
Yes.
incident, The witness actually just blurted out, it's my word, on cross-examination, that this was a YSL criminal street gang that furthered the gang's activity.
Okay, but remember what happened prior to that. Mr. Shardt, was the examiner, and his line of questioning go to this witness. So that's what the court observed. And I know, Mr. Shardt, you probably have a contrary opinion, but that's what the court's reflection of your examination was as to that point. Well, you know what? The transcript is silent as to what the physical manifestations and motivations of counsel, and that's what I'm adding. So if the case is reviewed, they'll be able to show that what the court observed was your actions. So that's all right. That's fine. Okay. I mean, accordingly, the transcript will certainly reflect what it reflects, but it doesn't pick up the other things that the court just added for that purpose.
Throw in sitting cross-examination, Your Honor, nothing more.
All right, go on, Mr. Steele.
But that is objectionable because under, which you already ruled on, Purcell, PDR CPL versus State, 346 Georgia Appeal, 219, 2018, where the second highest court in our state said under 24-704, no expert can testify to an element of the offense that goes to mental state, not just competency or insanity, as the state argued in Purcell. The statute applies to all criminal proceedings, not just those in which the defendant's competency is at issue. Criminal proceedings, expert witnesses testifying with respect to the mental state or opinion or condition of the accused cannot state an opinion or inference as to whether the accused did or did not have the mental state or condition constituting an element of the crime charge or defense thereto, because such ultimate issues, even under new evidence code, are matters left to the jury alone. And here, to say that this crime was done to further, that's with the intent to further the interests of the gang, is mental state.
No, I disagree, sir. I respectfully disagree. I mean, I think I think that certainly there are elements to the crime or the purported crime in question, but that doesn't necessarily go to the mental state or of what is being presented.
Well, I would ask the court under any or all of those reasons, including the fact that this is being hit so hard.
Yeah, I'm tempted at this point in time, Ms. Love, and I told you this yesterday. It's cumulative of a lot of stuff, and I think that we're kind of getting afoul of that. So I would ask that you not go back into those particular areas again.
Your Honor, with respect to the court and to counsels, Your Honor, under ordinary circumstances, for one case, we would have a single gang expert. I noticed that the assertion is made over and over that we have had Detective Belknap testify. We have over 28 different cases here. We have people who are involved in each of these cases. Out of 28 cases, we only have 5. The way that we normally conduct cases, we would have an expert per case that we tried. In this particular case, Your Honor, Detective Belknap did not have anything to do with this particular act. And as we stated at the beginning, Your Honor, our experts, we do not intend that they overlap, but they will be testifying about things that the other experts they did not testify about, they're not talking about. And the fact that Sergeant Gaither has been qualified as an expert by Your Honor, the jury still has to weigh and decide how or whether they even believe it. And so what the defense does by asking that the court not allow the state to inquire, the basis for her conclusion is that they hamstring the jury's ability to decide whether or not they believe her and to gauge her credibility. So what has happened, Your Honor, is by saying that it's cumulative, it misstates the fact or misstates reality, Your Honor, in that we have not had any expert at all talk about what Detective Gaither has talked about, the fact that she determined as a matter separate from Detective Belknap that she classified YSL as a gang and that she then had to make a determination about the acts that occurred in April 2015. These are matters that the jury has not heard from the witness about. And these are matters that allow the jury to weigh her testimony as the court has instructed them that they should. So we're not rehashing any matters that Detective Belknap talked about. And in fact, if I believe correctly, counsel for defendants thoroughly crossed Detective Belknap, and the implication was it was to call into question his qualifications as an expert. And every time that's done, Your Honor, that heightens the need for and the probative value of testimony from a different person who saw things from a different perspective. Each time that an expert's expertise is challenged, that is what they're doing. So we respectfully ask that the court allow us to ask the basis for her opinions, and especially when she has now testified about particular facts that no other expert has told the jury about at all.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. The challenge that we're having at this point in time is there are some things that don't necessarily need to be replowed. And I asked you yesterday to be very
He's picking up on Steele's words.
Because you will draw an objection, and at a time, I will sustain it as being cumulative. That's not what you started out with telling me. I mean, so if you're telling me that's what the specific reason you're going to ask her, and that's for the basis for her opinion, that's one thing. I don't think that's been testified.
You know how it goes when he rolls, and then Love has to, for a very long time.
Be mindful of what we've covered so far, okay? All right,
Yes, Your Honor.
so with that, I'm gonna call for our jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sorry, Ingram?
All right, so we're going to finish up with redirect, and Love has constraints. She can't dive into these prior convictions.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram.
Your Honor, may we call?
Yeah, your witness, I think we're going to get her. Jury. All right, you may continue, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, you were qualified earlier in this trial as an expert by the court. I want to ask you, given that you talked about your knowledge of YSL members being interested in music, would you tell the jury the basis for your classification of YSL as a criminal street gang?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, sir.
Based on information we had from police reports, members, activities, criminal activities in the community, as well as their willingness to display.
Overruled, sir. That was Brian, that was Mr. Steele, confrontation clause. All right, overruled.
As well as their willingness to display their gang ties, whether it's through their clothing, tattoos, posting information on social media, referencing their gang, as well as committing crimes. That's how we categorize YSL as a criminal street gang.
And were you aware of crimes that at least 3 members of YSL had committed in furtherance of YSL?
Yes.
Give it to me, give it to me.
That's what his
Alright,
nose blowing sounds
overruled.
like.
That's
Is
the
that
same,
alert?
that's the form. Yeah, get it, Trevor. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you aware of crimes committed in furtherance of YSL?
Objection, Your Honor, under Purcell.
I'm overruling the objection.
There have been crimes committed in furtherance of YSL.
Is it 15?
And-
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
You testified that you took out,
Yes, to the form of the question.
I stand the objection, sir.
with respect to the crimes that occurred regarding Dexter Montgomery, based on your background, training, and experience in the area of criminal street gangs, in your opinion, were those crimes committed as related to Dexter Montgomery committed in furtherance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Reading.
Overruled, sir. Mr. Shardt?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper topic for witness, expert witness testimony.
Overruled, sir. Mr. Steele?
Objection under Purcell, PERCELL versus
Overruled, sir.
24-7.
Overruled, sir.
Were those crimes committed in furtherance of a criminal street gang?
Yes, it was.
What criminal street gang?
Asked and answered.
Overruled, sir.
YSL.
Would you please tell the jury the basis for your conclusion in your expert opinion that these crimes were committed in furtherance of the gang YSL?
Same objection, asked and answered, under Purcell.
Overruled, sir.
Same objection, leading, Your Honor.
Overruled, sir.
You may answer the question for the jury, please.
Yes, I came to the conclusion that the criminal act that YSL committed was considered criminal street gang activity based upon the persons that were involved in the crime, which was Walter Murphy. He was a confirmed member of YSL. Demise McMillan was a confirmed member of YSL, as well as Kelvin Treadwell was a confirmed member of YSL. Another factor that I used was Mr. Murphy's, he was pretty popular in the neighborhood and a lot of people knew him. He also had a tattoo on his face that said YSL, and he made no effort to cover up the tattoo, to disguise it, and the brazenness of the actual crime, which made it, in my opinion, in furtherance of YSL, the act.
Thank you. And I want to, Your Honor, at this point, ask related to a question on cross about a fact that was made.
Objection to the form of this question.
I'll sustain the objection. Just ask the question.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about your role in the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was your role in the Donovan Thomas murder investigation, if any?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, sir.
I wasn't the lead detective on the case, but our major crimes unit, which includes homicide gang, the gang unit, other units, we work in conjunction with each other. So although I was not the lead detective on the actual murder case, my partner and I were working several shootings and incidents in and around the Donovan Thomas murder. So we did help investigate Thorpe as much as we could, but we also were working independent cases that were still related to the actual homicide.
And as it relates to your efforts to assist Thorpe, did you make any effort to obtain surveillance footage that may have related to the Donovan Thomas murder or what happened thereafter?
Yes, we received information that
Confrontation clause.
With that,
I'll sustain the objection to form. You
just,
can rephrase.
yes, Your Honor. Did you go anywhere to obtain surveillance footage that may have given information about participants in the murder?
Yes,
And where did you go?
the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, right at Old Hayville Road.
And were you successful in obtaining or getting surveillance footage from that location?
I was not.
You were asked
So reminding us.
on cross-examination about whether or not anyone had been tried or was anyone on trial at the time of January 16, 2015, that the video that was played for the jury yesterday was posted on Demekion Garlington's
Wrong
account.
date, I'll object to the form of question.
I'll sustain this to form a question. You can rephrase.
Do you recall the video shown to the jury where Jeffrey Williams said, if you come into the court and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, that's for me and YSL?
There's summary.
Mr. Steele? Please make a valid objection and don't speak.
One of the questions is not a fair summary.
That's not an objection, sir.
Okay? The
Just
question being asked.
is what?
Is
Is it
not-
improper question? Okay. All right. I sustain the objection. Do you have an objection, Mr. Matthews? All right. Okay.
I'll
All right.
rephrase.
You can rephrase.
Do you recall showing or seeing a video with the jury yesterday involving Jeffrey Williams speaking into the camera?
Yes,
Do you recall questions being asked of you on cross-examination about whether any trials were going on during that time?
I believe so.
To your knowledge, by the time that, by January 16th, 2015, had persons made any, come forth and made any statements regarding things that they knew about this crime, the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes,
Had you spoken to persons that may have provided you information about the Donovan Thomas murder?
before January 16th? Or just period?
And I said the 16th, I meant the 26th.
26th, okay.
By January the 26th of 2015, had you spoken with persons offering information?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury whether or not it was or is uncommon for that kind of information when people speak to the police to leak out into the community?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation in favor.
I'll sustain the
Choir.
objection. You can rephrase, madam.
Have you had instances where interrogations with people of interest have been leaked about your gang cases?
Objection, not relevant.
Overrule, sir.
yes,
Based on your experience with the gang unit, is snitching or talking to the police about crimes considered a good thing or a bad thing, generally speaking?
Objection vague or way beyond expertise.
Overrule, sir.
from the suspect's point of view, or?
From the suspects, from the people that you encounter when you're investigating these cases?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overrule, sir.
You may answer.
It's generally not considered a good thing to talk to police.
One moment, Your Honor.
Hilton trying to help her out.
And when you attempted to get the surveillance footage from the McDonald's,
Yes.
was it made available to you by anyone at the McDonald's?
No, it wasn't.
Did you pass this information along to the lead investigator in the case?
I did.
Is there anything that you did that you have not already talked about as it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
I sustain the objection.
Was working the shootings and attempting to collect the surveillance footage from the McDonald's the majority, the main things that you did with the Donovan Thomas murder investigation?
Objection vague.
Overrule, sir.
Yes.
Just one second. Thank you. That's all that I have at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Shardt, any recross?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Investigator Gaither, good morning.
Good morning.
You were, that January 10, 2015 case that you were investigating going to McDonald's, that was a murder case, correct?
Objection as to the form of question.
Overruled.
That was a murder case, correct?
I did not investigate the January 10th incident, sir.
You didn't go to McDonald's? You just testified you went to McDonald's. That wasn't about the January 10, 2015 case?
Okay, he is fast.
Faces.
Form of the question.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you just
Right,
testify that you went to McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue and Old Hayfield Road to retrieve surveillance?
I did.
Was that in relation to the investigation of the January 10, 2015 murder case?
Correct.
Okay. Surely, as you were working a murder case, you would have
Don't call
written a
me Shirley.
report about your efforts to obtain the surveillance, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
So did you write a report or did you not write a report about going to the McDonald's on Old Hayfield and Cleveland Avenue in search of surveillance?
There was nothing to write, sir.
So you did not write a report?
There was nothing to write, sir.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you for an answer. Did you write a report?
Your Honor, I object. Ask him the answer.
I sustain the
I haven't
objection.
received an answer, Your
I
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Okay. What day did you go to the McDonald's to obtain this surveillance?
It's the day after I spoke with a witness that gave me the information. I believe that day was January the 26th, I believe, the 26th or the 28th, somewhere in that range.
Okay. 26th to 28th. And do you or anyone else that you know of have a report reflecting that you went on the 26th or 28th?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Sustained.
Okay.
Who did you speak to at the McDonald's? What was their name?
The young lady that was working the counter,
Yes.
she did not give me her name. She gave me her general manager's name and phone number, and that information was passed along to Investigator Thorpe.
And what was the name?
I don't have it. I gave it to Investigator Thorpe, sir.
What was the phone number?
I don't have any information from the McDonald's. It was passed along to Investigator Thorpe.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, sir. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day.
Good morning, sir.
Can I just ask you some clarifying questions about what you just were talking about?
Absolutely.
All right. You went to McDonald's 150, correct me, 150 Cleveland Avenue, does that sound right?
I'm not sure the exact address, but it's at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and O'Hateville Road.
You're with Detective Dennis?
Yes.
All right. Anybody else with you?
In our vehicle?
Or
No,
in the McDonald's?
just Investigator Dennis and I and whoever was in McDonald's.
You're there on or about January 26th, 27th, or 28th? Does that sound right, 2015?
That's what I just stated, sir.
You, along with in lockstep Detective Dennis, speak with the counter person, the person working at the counter at McDonald's.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Objection, Your Honor, asking answer.
I state the objection.
You get the name and a telephone number to a manager at McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
Sir, I just stated that, yes, sir.
Okay. You pass that information along to Homicide Detective Thorpe, City of Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
And he is the person, Thorpe, fair to say? Is that how he spells his last name?
THROP, yes, sir.
And you pass along that information to Detective Thorpe? The
Yes,
phone
sir.
number. Did you, Detective Dennis, do anything further to obtain the surveillance video from that McDonald's?
It was nothing else to do, sir.
Because it's Detective Thorpe as the lead detective, is that why?
Correct. I was given the information that particular persons were at the location shortly after the homicide. I was proactive in going to the McDonald's, went there, was video cameras outside. The young lady was not very helpful. She obviously knew that we were police officers and she was not willing to give us information regarding their camera systems. So I asked for her general manager's phone number and name, which she gave me, and I in turn passed it along to Investigator Thorpe.
And that was pretty much it as far as as far as you know, I'm not asking you to speculate, Detective Dennis's involvement with obtaining information for the video.
I did not do anything further to obtain video.
Okay. Let's talk about, you mentioned with the ladies and gentlemen jury, and I don't remember the address. If you can tell them where it is, that would be helpful. The Green Store. Can you tell them where that's located?
It's at the intersection of Glen Street and I believe it's 490 Glen. I think that's the address, 490 Glen Street.
Thank you. And I call it the Green Store.
That's the neighborhood name for it. It's the Bright Green Store.
Okay. Do you know the real name or the given name of it?
I don't.
Okay. And that's the color. That's what you're
The
saying?
color of the
outside?
building.
All right.
Mhm.
Now, on January 11th, the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, did you receive information or thereafter that Kenneth Copeland stated that he was?
Objection, Your Honor, as to hearsay.
I state the objection.
Okay. Ignoring what anybody told you. I'm not offering for the truth, by the way, but okay. Did you have information that that location that you just referenced, the Green Store, that was also a place of interest concerning Donovan Thomas's murder?
Objection, Your Honor, failed in hearsay.
I state the objection.
Did you do anything, or one of your members, your coworkers, to get any type of interview of people at the Green Store?
I don't recall receiving information about the Green Store.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't try to get surveillance video from the Green Store?
Why would I get surveillance video from the Green Store if I had no information that the Green Store was involved?
Well, your coworker tells you if you didn't know directly.
Your Honor, I object as to asking answer.
I state the objection.
All right. 2015, 14, that area. You were working alongside of Homeland Security personnel who are under the city of Atlanta. Is that what you said earlier? There were some people designated to Homeland Security. They work for the city of Atlanta, though.
I didn't say I was working alongside of them, no.
They're coworkers. They work at the city of Atlanta Police Department. They get videos.
Say again?
Failed.
I'll stay in the question. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
They get videos. These people. They help.
Who are you talking about, sir?
Remember you said, and I can't remember the gentleman's name or the young lady's name, but you said that there was somebody who helps secure videos.
Investigator Teague?
I think it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't he under, I know he's with the city of Atlanta, but isn't he under Homeland Security? Am I wrong?
At the time, I believe they may have been under, yes, it was Homeland, yes.
That's fine.
I don't know what he's doing now, but at the time, yes.
And I'm going to 2014, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember them having the ability, when I say them, Investigate Teague or you or your law enforcement agency, getting cameras that were all over the city of Atlanta?
Objection.
License plate readers, they call it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
I sustain the
Do
objection.
you remember license plate readers cameras? Do you know what I'm talking about?
LPRs.
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know what LPRs are? Can you tell it to the jury?
Objection, compound.
That's
Overrule the objection. You can answer the question, madam.
LPRs, license plate readers, are cameras that are throughout the city and major intersections or just areas throughout the city that captures license plates as they go through that particular intersection. And if an investigator or a police officer would, need to search that particular area looking for a particular vehicle, it records the actual license plates from the camera system.
And that was in effect in 2014, 2015?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Overrule the objection. You can answer it.
I believe they were.
Okay. All right. I'm not saying you did it, but did you or your teammates seek to secure the license plate readers through relevant places, including the McDonald's?
For what?
January 10th, 2015.
I was not the lead investigator on the case.
I understand. I'm not pinning it on you. I'm just asking you, did you do that?
No, I did not.
That
I was
would be
not the
for-
lead investigator for the case.
That's a Detective Thorpe issue.
Correct.
Okay. Were you in the room or looking in the room? So, from a two-way mirror or a camera when Detective Thorpe was interviewing on video audio Kenneth Copeland on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015.
I believe I answered that, sir.
What's the answer?
I've already answered the questions regarding the interview with Kenneth Copeland just after the homicide.
Okay. I don't remember ever being this.
Sir,
Could you do
I've
me a
answered that
courtesy?
question.
I understand. And I apologize asking you to answer it again.
It's okay, but I've answered the question, sir.
Okay, so could you answer?
I'm gonna ask the court to instruct, I'm gonna ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question. She can't make her own objection.
All right, madam, if you can't answer the question, but I'm going to sustain it. It's been asked and answered. So let's move on.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland put his cell phone on the desk where Detective Thorpe,
Let me ask you a question.
where Detective Thorpe was speaking with him at the City of Atlanta Police Department on early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
Objection, assuming facts are not in evidence.
I sustain the objection.
Did you personally see Kenneth Copeland put his cell phone in the middle of the table with Detective Thorpe?
I sustain the question. Let's move on, Mr. Steele.
Okay. You ever speak to a person of interest or a suspect, and they bring to that meeting where they have on their person their cell phone?
Objection, relevant.
I sustain the question.
Do cell phones carry a lot of information that may be useful to clear a person or implicate a person, potentially?
Objection, vague, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the question.
Is there a reason that you know that you, Detective Thorpe, whomever, on January 11, 2015, did not take Kenneth Copeland's cell phone from him or seek a warrant to do
Objection,
so?
Your Honor. Assume facts not in
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Okay. It's a tough crowd this morning.
Your Honor,
With regards to,
Yeah, you disregard the commentary, Mr. Steele. Okay? All right.
with regards to, it is not favored. Remember saying that it's not favored for people to speak with the police? Remember saying that just a couple of minutes ago?
Favorite, I believe that's your word.
It may be.
No, I didn't say favor, sir.
Okay. Whatever word you have. That premise.
Mhm.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams
Your Honor,
encouraged
I want to object as to any
Kenneth
self-serving,
Copeland
Your Honor.
to go
Objection,
to the
objection.
Hold on.
police
Stop, Your
department?
Honor, please.
Hold on, folks. Ms. Weaver's pretty good, but only one person at a time. The question you started to ask Mr. Steele is objectionable, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams
Your Honor, I
did not
object.
Let him finish. Let me see what he says.
encourage Kenneth Copeland to speak with law enforcement on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's improper. Improper question.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Matthews? All right, Mr. Garner? All right, Ms. D. Williams? All right, Mr. Weinstein? All right, is anybody else?
Now, listen, this is the last part. We're going to close this up. We'll probably close up right at 5 hours. So thanks so much for spending 5 hours here on a Sunday, you guys. I will continue to drop the links to the other streams in the chat so we can, you know, scatter our way across to other YouTube channels. But there is one more part. Listen carefully to Gaither still being under subpoena and who wants to call her back possibly.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May retired investigator, Detective Dennis be permanently or temporarily excused?
Gaither.
Gaither.
Dennis.
Be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporarily, Your Honor, but we don't expect that we'll be calling her back, but just in case, we don't know.
God. May I join in that, and the subpoena that the state has on Detective Gaither?
Your Honor, I would object.
Mr. Steele, at this point in time, I don't think we should cover that. Can we cover that in just a minute?
I'm answering your question. I don't want.
No, can we cover that in just a minute?
Whatever you say.
Okay, all right, just give me a minute, we'll cover that, okay? All right. Madam,
Sir.
I'm going to temporarily excuse you as a witness. It means you'll be subject to being recalled at some point in time. We will give you plenty of advance notice as to when and if you need to be called as a witness. I just ask you to not discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you. All right.
All right, so there is the end of us going over Detective Gaither's secret, can't show my face testimony. Even though she was, where is it? Where's your face? Where is it? Even though she was fine showing her face back then, while she was getting rewarded and awarded for the work both she and Detective Dennis were doing investigating cases like this. 2020, she ends up leaving the Atlanta Police Department. She currently works security. Thank you, Casper, for doing all the deep dives to find that out. If you're interested in reading this article, that is here. I just linked that in the chat. But yeah, this again, of course, if you're joining late and didn't read the thumbnail or the title, this is a rewatch. We're looking back to April. It was like April 23rd through 29th, 30th to get through Gaither's direct and cross-examination. And we're watching that because some of the stuff she was cross-examined on is quite relevant in retrospect to what we're seeing come out through testimony with Kenneth Copeland. So I thought it was going to be a great thing to rewatch. We will rewatch some other things. I'm thinking a lot of people are talking about Michael Sprinkle. There was a pretrial 1-hour hearing with him. We might watch that either one night this evening during the week or maybe next weekend. And I do want to, for sure, watch DK Walter Murphy's testimony again. So that might be next weekend. We'll start doing the rewinds for those two people. I did compile a bunch of pre-trial stuff as well. We can start watching those as live streams on the weekend. I don't know which one it is, but there was a pre-trial hearing where they're arguing about Fruit of the Poisonous Tree for stuff that was seized during a raid of the Sandy Springs home belonging to Jeffery Williams. And the defense ends up winning a huge win there where they're able to suppress information that came from Jeffery Williams' cell phone that was seized. So big win on that day. It actually might have been, I said it was pre-trial, but maybe it was one of the days in the beginning of the trial where the jury just was out for the day and it was just a hearings argument day. But it was last year. That's all I remember. Definitely want to rewatch that. Some great arguments from the very beginning, the infancy of what we know of these lawyers now on both sides. So a lot of interesting stuff that we can go back and rewind and replay. And it's, even though I feel like I paid attention during Detective Gaither, but there's things that stand out more in August compared to April. And there's also some things I just missed the first time it was said. So really helpful to do these rewinds. If you guys have any suggestions on things that you want to rewatch relating to this trial, we can. I also pulled some clips from where Fani Willis was trying to help get certain things added into Georgia's Senate Bill 12. She wasn't successful on all of them, but she was successful on some of the things she wanted to include. So that might be interesting to rewatch. One of the things I think she failed on, she wanted state funding for gang prosecutors. So basically, what her office, prosecutors like Love, are doing, she wanted it worked into Senate Bill 12 that the state of Georgia would provide increased funding for prosecutors like Love and Hilton. So that's why I think you guys might enjoy watching her argue for stuff like that in 2023, because this is what we're getting for the money currently being spent. What would we spend more money on? But with that being said, we're going to scatter wherever we want to scatter. I've got 3 options that I know are either live right now or about to be live. So the first is Phil Holloway. Andrea Burkhart just joined. So this link I'm dropping right now, I'm just going to put Burkhart. They are talking about Idaho 4. Kayla Bumpus she didn't start already. She should be starting right now. She will have Courtney Kramer on, who is running against Fonnie Willis. And Flesh of the Gods, you've got a break. So if you need to take a comfort break, you can't tune into a stream right now, you could take a comfort break and come back and join us at 9:30 Eastern on Flesh of the Gods channel. He's going to be doing a recap of Day 100, the end of Judge Glanville in the YSL trial, as well as celebrating the roll into his birthday at midnight. So we will be there hanging out, celebrating, and having a good time. And that is Flesh of the Gods. The link dropped right there. We will reconvene, you guys. Court is recessing. We will reconvene tomorrow morning when court starts. They're supposed to start at 9 a.m. I'll start like 10 minutes before. We will have more videos, more of that 9-hour police video to finish out with Kenneth Copeland. But the state says they plan to pass the witness, so cross-examination can finally start. Who knows? But we'll be watching all week. So thank you guys so much for hanging out on a Sunday for 5 hours. That's amazing. Totally happy to spend it with you guys. Drea, please do consider, taking some time to enjoy Carnival tomorrow, especially for your time zone. Early evening. You just missed that 9-hour video finishing out. You might not miss the cross, or bring some headphones with you and sneak in a listen. But please make sure you guys enjoy yourself. Everybody take care and see you in someone else's chat somewhere on YouTube. Bye.